There we go. Just doing my usual setup. Tell the Discord that I am busy doing the stream thing, the stream move. Shouldn't take too long. Probably. That's the theory, anyway. That's set up, and now I just need my typical message. I'm just gonna tell people the wish list. I don't care if they subscribe or not. Doesn't really matter. They will or they won't. Maybe. I'm trying to get the wish list so that Steam Sama will love me and talk to me and all that. Of course, kick. But I really don't know if I even waste time streaming on, because it seems like there's just no traffic on it. Except for in just chatting and gambling. Which just doesn't really help. Cool, great, but yay? I guess I can move back to just chatting, huh? On there. This game dev appears to be near meaningless on that one. Alright, that should be everything set up there. At least I thought it was. Test. Sure. Test. And test. Okay, they're all there. Apparently I get the loud, you know, exciting music. As soon as I've succeeded. I'm gonna change this up. I want it to be lower. I added some extra bars to it, but I think that the keyboard should just be lower in general. This can be where it's at. We just gotta move the keys down because that's a long way for kids to climb up. I don't know if I want the little pedals. I think they're probably not necessary. But work on the piano in its level, making it easy on myself. Drop an ultra dynamic sky. Still one of the best purchases I ever made for the engine like that. One of the few things that everyone should just buy. Save yourself the trouble, just buy it. It's so much better than not buying it. Just not sponsored by it, but oh my god. The time, the effort, everything involved with that thing has been incredible. And it's just saved so much. It's so efficient. And the guys put so many years into it that it's just like the best. I don't think I want these little paddles. I don't really understand what I want to do with them, but yeah, those just go away. piano's barely like anywhere close to what the guy originally handed me. It's pretty funny. It just comes down to being not really set up for my game when he first handed it to me. It is now though. I guess I want to move down below the keys. It's about here, I assume. Yeah, that looks a little more friendly. I want to hook these up with like steam power going through all those. I kind of wish steam came out every time you hit a button, but I'll burn that bridge later. For now, I'm not interested. Looks really cool in the dark. Gotta hurry up and get some AI music or something so I don't keep getting dinged by YouTube for all the stuff I paid to use. So tired of that. So tired of that. Like if I hadn't paid to use it, it'd be a different story, but man, that is awful. And this table and light don't need to be where they're at. Honestly, I don't think they should be there either. I think you can just jump up onto this and jump to that. Maybe. Have these as destroyable things that you could enter. It'll just be D3 sharp. I don't know what that S is for, but that shouldn't be no S. Yeah. It's more fun to jump on them, that's true. This room is a catastrophe at the moment because I initially didn't have anything interesting about it. It's just kind of a run out the window scenario. And I'm adding more interesting things about the stuff, so. Potentially I don't want all these either. And I no longer need so many of these things too, so I probably need to cut a couple of these out. So parents can kind of watch their kids messing with things, I guess. Be about what I would assume would happen. But the parents sit back here and watch as the kids jump up and down on this giant piano, which would be, let's be real, it would be awesome. Like you know you'd want to play on it. Come on. I don't care if you're an adult. You know you'd want to play on it. 100%. There's no world you'd be able to resist jumping on top of the keys. Nowhere. I couldn't. So there's a little maze up there. I kind of want to make these do other stuff, but I think I might just run the steam through the ground. These statues I kind of want to keep somewhere just to have a statue or two to give it a little flare or something. Maybe I could put one on top or something. Problem is that puts it right there, and that's kind of weird. Especially if I intend for you to jump on it. It's possible it should be slightly smaller, but maybe not. I mean, it's already pretty reasonable size. So I can run inside these. I could also put something going through the ground into here. I might. Some sort of extra thing. More pipes going through the building. Steam powering it and stuff. I mean, this does seem bigger than normal by a huge amount, so it probably isn't necessary. be that large. Like, I could probably make these a little smaller. But maybe not. Keys are kind of far forward. It's also stuck into the wall. Good to know. So unless I'm going to put holes in the ground right now, it's going to have to be, I just block it and call it square. And this is there. It's actually not far from a water source for the steam. So I could run the steam through that and go up through that, get to there. Okay, let's put these in the right layers. It's really annoying that they're in the wrong layers as I try to figure stuff out. I also need to fix the water bug. I think I have better. I think I'm gonna work it just like the lights, where I have just get all actors with tag water and then just check to see which ones are overlapping the player. And then add them to an array, and as long as something's in that array, then Poppet has to deal with the water issues, and if she's you know, not overlapping that array, then it's fine. Because otherwise it just, I don't know, it seems weird. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Like the YouTube thingy. In the dumbest thing in the world, you have to like your own stuff, because if you don't, then YouTube will ding you for it. In the dumbest thing in the world, you have to... It actually does make a difference, as weird as it sounds. Aha, I can claim a bonus for my own thing. Yay! I do wonder if I should just stream everything to the same platform. So the question now is, what am I going to call this? I mean, this can still be part of the hidden grotto, I guess. As long as it stays part of the same thing, then it's not even a big issue. I don't want this to be the sunken depths, so maybe it just is the hidden grotto. Oh, we'll call this 6 or something. I don't know. I move this to chapter 2 though. It's this is still part of the hidden grotto, which is chapter 2. Thought it was just chapter 2, huh? So 5. Yeah, we'll hidden grotto at that point, and then I don't even know what this is. This is Gearworks 2. Why? It should basically cover the whole thing, right? I don't need this. I guess shoot my chat up so I can actually view it, huh? Probably helpful. Not expecting many people to watch, but it does help if, you know, I actually pay attention when they do. These kill cubes have to be changed around every time. First I was gonna fix these pipes. Stop this. This needs to have a name. I made one over here for the engine room here, and I think I made one for here, but I didn't make one for that. I guess my question is, does it need to be different rooms? Or could this just be like the engine room? There's one giant thing here, and then you just have to get through the walls, see other stuff later on. Am I going to make the engine a separate thing? Because this might actually just be like its own separate little engine thing, and this is just like a control center to operate all this stuff. And this is what gets hot. Okay, well, something is not loaded because those should be in there. I did kind of leave this a mess, so this is my this one's on me. My bad. So it's not even hidden in chapter 3, huh? Okay. It's not the most accurate way of defining where the locations are now that the building's got more vertical rooms and everything than they used to have. All because of data layers. This is even possible. Without that, yeah. Actually, I have an engine room. This should also be in the engine room. And you kind of just want to make it all a giant engine room thingy and not actually have anything separate. Maybe a bad decision. It could be split into 3 though, and do like a little like water area for the steam thing there, and then the actual engine itself, and then like a control room here. Probably makes more sense to do that. Much easier if I can see about where it's at. I guess this room is kind of a little bit smaller in general. Or don't do it that way. Don't ever do it that way. Let's make it 58, make it easy on myself. That's the engine room pool, maybe? I don't know. I'll come with a better name for things, I guess, later. It makes sense for now, I guess. Remember, all these like to vanish too. So just making this all part of the hidden grotto makes a lot of sense. Sure, I'll have to rechange all this when I optimize it later, but whatever. That's a later plan. Should add both these to the thing at the same time. Okay, well, these will never be visible from the hidden grotto, so neither will these. You could probably see those though. We're also gonna have these hidden grotto. Oh, it's like the steam engine, maybe? Definitely feeling miserable today. Oh well. What else am I gonna do? I can sit around and do nothing. Or I can be, you know, miserable working on things. This should actually, I think, be different. Maybe like central power or something like that. It just runs this engine back here that powers the building. All the water coming from the top here. Yeah, we'll call it central power, I guess. After all, this is where the engine is, so like, you know, makes sense if that was locked away there. Maybe I could have you turn the power off on things too. Oh, some of these are sticking through too while I'm at it. Can't have that. This one still doesn't go anywhere yet. Could have steam pipes going through the building too, not just water pipes. It's kind of neat. How about the water problem? I have to interact for this. Lots of water things, so I guess BPI Interact can have it because it's the big bad one they all use. What do I need for this information? Just the name of it? I think I can get away with just the actor itself. I don't even think anything else. Water. Do this here and then. Actually, I'm gonna call this water check. Oh, liquid check, I guess. Yeah. Good type. There's more than one type of liquid. Like oil and stuff get introduced later and things, you know, stuff that's less good. Oh, it's just called liquid check, the overlapping set in there. This system needs to be more robust anyway. Hey, UTK Fret. How's it going? I'm gonna check here. Liquid check. Oh, thanks. I could show you more of the game too, for that matter. I was just making it so that the water system here, like every time you hit a water system, it currently causes it to lose swimming and then switch back to swimming. Basically, it triggers the overlap the first time fine, but then the next overlap will happen before it counts as not overlapping anymore. So it'll make it where you just can't swim. And I'm trying to make it where you destroy these grates here and then get down into this water area here, down into here, into an engine room that's going to be down here. Show you the engine. You'll pop out through the pipes. I'm going to make it get hot in here. So you'll need protection from heat in order to come through here. It's a very large game, so yeah. Yeah, this one's based on lowering the water and going through pipes to get to places, so building a giant aquarium with all sorts of crazy toys. Yeah, I can give you a tour if you want. If you are so inclined. These rooms are all here. It's just they're not loaded at the moment to save on performance. Because they can all be loaded very easily. It's a Metroidvania. I mean, it's got RPG elements too, of course, and it's... Calling it action-adventure usually implies a lot of cutscenes and things, and it's probably got some DNA from that for certain, but... I don't want people to think it's some sort of, you know... AAA game where they have all the cutscenes in between of all the things leading up to all the story things. I don't want that. Yeah, you can see it's, stuff is here, it's just not loaded in most of the time. Yeah, I'll give you a quick tour, you can see what it is. Let me deload all the crap so it runs at a passable speed. It gets great FPS when the game's packaged and I'm not streaming, but my computer is a potato. So Unreal Engine plus streaming plus game is a lot for the poor computer. But yeah, let's see here. I do this. Close these out here. Hey, Matt Seabrook. You're switched to my game. Nice. Thanks. Missed that message there for a second. Sad thing closer. That's your computer? That's fair. No, it I did a test for it. I have my test bed is using a 1060 6GB graphics card, and it was getting 50 to 70 FPS on medium settings on that. That computer is old, so if it's weaker than a Steam Deck. So if you have a Steam Deck or something better, it'll run great. If you don't, listen, man, this is Unreal 5. I can only do so much for you. Like, what are we talking about here? You know? That's how I see it. Anyway. You saw the Steam page, the game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who was killed and her soul was stuffed into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonder's toy store, which is basically like a theme park in a building, where all the toys come to life at night because of a curse and try to kill each other. So basically it's a small world in Disneyland. She uses tarot cards for her abilities. I'll just load up those. Oh, you know what? Let me put a nav mesh down real fast because the enemies won't spawn if there's nowhere for them to spawn. I don't normally have this there because every time this is in play, if you have it and you move anything, it has to recalculate the whole thing. Nobody wants to watch that. We'll be here all day. Here tomorrow? Yeah, Poppet's awesome. I'm quite proud of her. She's one of my creations. I made some of the characters in this game. Not all of them. I'm mostly responsible for the attractive female dolls. Listen, I know what I like. Another simulation game, our team. Over our Steam page a few days ago. Seeing your homepage really caught my attention. Oh, nice. You two being a homie and sending me the traffic. Yeah, that Steam page thing's a big step. They want so many graphics. I'm just like, nobody can see these graphics but me. It's okay, Steam. We don't need them. Blank is fine. No? Oh, that's unfortunate. So anyway, the main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is basically what lets you use all of her abilities. Treat it like MP, because there's a curse on the whole building that's driving all these toys insane, and it's slowly driving you insane too. If your sanity ever hits 0, the curse takes you over and you lose, so don't let that happen. I'm letting it run low intentionally so you can see the insanity effect, because it's just fun. Just so you know things aren't going your way. If you go back to the light, you gain your sanity back, but you gain no curse power, so you'll have to kind of bounce between them. This mechanic is always in play, so be careful with like bosses and things. She uses tarot cards for her abilities. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. Also a fan favorite. I mean, how could you not like it? Let's be real here. It's very exciting. It's the Magician. There's multiple abilities for these things, but not all of them are programmed yet. Magician lets you pick up small objects and throw them. It's also just like, you know, telekinesis, letting you manipulate objects in the environment, such as drawers, cupboards, windows, doors if you have a key for it, light switches, just stuff. It's the there's no way Poppet could ever move anything that big ability. They all go away once you hit a certain percentage of sanity. I believe it's 60% is what I had it set at. I go back and forth and change things for balance, so, you know, who knows what it is at any given time. Currently, any weapon can break these as long as it produces damage, so... Well, that's right, I added that because it was so easy to fall off and I always felt stupid every time I did. It's a steampunk game. You can't leave the building. The curse is only on the building. If you leave the building, you'll fall lifeless, so that's kind of a bad decision. You are welcome to jump off if it amuses you, though. Nothing's stopping you. I have to fix that so that doesn't load in like that. That's one of the optimizations with data layers that I need to work on. Also, enemies don't want to spawn in this room for some reason suddenly. I don't know why. Or if they are spawning, it's... I don't know where. That's so weird. This room's worked perfectly for like a year. One of the older rooms. Whatever. Didn't like this room anyway. I can hear him spawning somewhere. But I don't see it. That's the fun of game dev. It's all the weird little crap that you just never think about. Or you can see the map for the game. Different floors like that. The painting world's getting replaced by a different thing here. So there's going to be an additional floor here. It's just a larger floor than this painting world thing. Yeah, everyone you go to is different. I should actually move the indicator when I click. I have the indicator showing which one she's at, but it doesn't really highlight it, so I should probably fix that. Still building things as I go. That's right, I started adding little things. I'm gonna shrink the text thingy down for talking like that and add voice acting. This door shouldn't be open, so I'm gonna ignore that. Use some other abilities for fun. This is the Empress. It's basically Bomberman. Blue mushrooms heal anyone nearby when they explode. And the red mushrooms blow up anyone nearby. Yourself included, so don't be nearby. They do a lot of damage. Just like in real Bomberman, getting hit by your bombs is a really bad decision. It is, because I actually scaled the health of the enemies at like 10x your health. So the bombs actually do like way more damage to you than anything else would. The enemies don't do the damage those bombs do. I think they did like 80 to it. You only have 150 health at this point. And that's because I set myself to level 5. You should actually be level... You'd be level like 2 at this point. I'm just a big old cheater. Well, that's true. Everyone knew I was a cheater. And if you ever watched the dev play, the dev cheats like crazy. The dev also falls like an idiot too. I wonder why the enemies aren't spawning. I need to look into this. They should be spawning. They spawn normally. There's a couple of them over here. What's up with you guys? Hive system is supposed to spawn based on your location. And normally it's better than that, but I keep tweaking things, so I might have broke something in the process of it. Wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last. Ducky Land. They're just fun. No other explanation. You can pick them up too and throw them if you want. Sometimes I keep a pet ducky for as long as the game will let me keep it. Eventually it does get outside of range and it wipes itself out. But for a brief period of time, Ducky and I go on an adventure. This Temperance, it's a bubble one. It features the best hat. It's just an octopus on your head. Don't even question it. Fleshy octopus. When it doesn't kill something, it puts them in a bubble and they float up in the air. And there's actually a lot of tarot cards. So I can activate the real cheater dev menu here. This just voids a bunch of crap, so it's... You get all the toys to play with, because there's 22 cards in the tarot. Not all of them have abilities yet. Most of them actually do. There's a couple, I think the tower doesn't. The world only has a passive. I don't have anything set up to use the world. The world negates the curse entirely, so it's pretty overpowered. This is the Death Tarot. Right now it insta-gives things and steals health, as it's only abilities I've made for it yet. Yeah, like it kills off enemies that are weaker than a certain amount by one-shotting them. I gotta change that because it's no longer the waiting room there. Actually, the game is not currently beatable at this point because I had made a change. Oh, got it. When you free, there's a bunch of people, their souls are stuffed into dolls, you know, when they died, but one of them, her soul got stuffed in the paintings. She lets you travel through the paintings to the places once you gain her permission, which as soon as you free that painting, you can get her permission just by talking to her. She'll show off little area here. Sadly, I can't play up to the first boss because one of the doors has the wrong key name on it because I swapped 2 rooms yesterday and forgot to swap the keys. So there's no key for that door yet. The painting world, not painting world, the haunted gallery has all the paintings in the game that link up to things as you unlock them. Like they're currently blocked by things in the room, so you have to go find them and unblock them. They travel all throughout the game, including getting to the next room. She saves by jumping into toy boxes. All that stuff works. The collectible menu, I'm still working on adding things for what they do. Like there's no information for them yet, but you get an idea of what they are. It'll even play the full thing like that. For story, I don't know if how much it matters. Character customization is not in there yet. That menu is only here because, you know, easy way to get all the options and everything on here. You've seen the tarot menu. Tarot menu will also tell you what the abilities are as you get them, but I haven't put them all in yet. And you gain levels by collecting the tarot cards, so it's there's no experience in the game. You simply have to go find the things. Also, my giant Miss Pac-Man machine's over here, so I'll show it to you because why not? This is like a mega sequence break because this would be like somewhere in chapter 3 and the other I was only in chapter 1, but interesting. It's not loading at full distance on those. Weird. Anyway, this is my giant Miss Pac-Man level. You play Miss Pac-Man against the ghost girl. And you run around and light up the floor instead of collecting the power pellets. I had made the ghosts through the whole thing for the shit. Like I said, this is like my concept for chapter 3. So, but since the door was open, I figured it'd be kind of cool to just, you know, jump in. There's even portals on the sides to get through it. I might make you play through all 4 levels of Miss Pac-Man because there actually are only 4 maps in that game. And I haven't decided if it's going to be ghost girl heads that chase after you or if it's going to be like weird contraptions. Something. Well, this is my alternate outfit thingy. She takes outfits from other characters. I just haven't put them all in yet because... just haven't put them all in yet. No other explanation. Unfortunately, like I said, I cannot go to the first boss because I guess I left the door open. I could have. Damn. Oh well. This is no longer the waiting room. This should actually be Hall of Records. Let me create some quick changes here. Hall of Records. Hall of Records key. No, you have to go in this order, so we'll do it this way. All records. And that means this key up here needs to be changed to the Hall of Records key. Everything's gated usually behind either an ability or a key. Early on, it's mostly just keys. Later on, abilities matter more. Well, I mean, abilities always matter because it is, in fact, a Metroidvania. So. The whole hallmark of the series is to have to backtrack because you got a new ability to let you go places. And this is the waiting room key. Yeah, because that's why this room and the other room are pretty bare bones at the moment because I just swapped the two. So, oh, this is actually called the waiting room. Names must be exact because it is in fact looking for a string. And so, if the string is not completely accurate, it will laugh at me. We good? We good. Okay. I'll probably just continue from the gallery. As long as I unlock this one door right here, it doesn't matter. It's the only door that would be unlockable or would block my path after Patrick. So let's jump to the haunted gallery. I don't leave much loaded in, so optimizations, yo. That would be this room right here. Yeah. Slam that shut. Haha. Yep. Let me see. Okay. There's also going to be rescuable NPCs. One of them already lives here, and that'd be Annie's on my Amazon ripoff here. She's just sitting there doing her thing. Living in her pile of gold. Selling you tarot cards. You buy things like it's Zelda, so you just run to him and talk to it to buy it. But I don't have any money, so... That's okay, though. We'll just put myself at Patrick levels, so I'm a little more powerful than I'm supposed to. Oops. Have the chat blocked. Thou shalt not block the chat. Apparently, it doesn't clean the chat away when I do the other things. That's good to know. Oh, I don't have Tinka's permission. Ooh. Can I get Tinka's permission? No. Does that break the game? I think it does. As you can see, there's a lot that has to be worked on. Because I've made a whole bunch of changes recently, and yeah. Oh, well. I need Tinka's permission to even go through that thing. Well, I can just give myself her permission too. I shouldn't have bothered to sequence break it like that. I should have just played up to the point where it was broken and said, yeah. But as long as you have that, you can go through paintings. And just don't ever talk to her any other location. Because I haven't added anything in yet, and there's no fallback on the dialogue not existing. I should make one, just a generic fallback. But, you know, hear me out. I didn't. There you go. My explanation. I could, but I didn't. That's it. That's all. Anyway, whoop. I need to figure out a good strategy for those paintings, because if I make the camera not block the painting, then it shows the other side of the painting, and it's weird. If I do block the painting, then you jump into the painting and it shows that, so it's... I'll figure it out. There's got to be a good method. Get through here? It's such a hard jump to make. I think it's easier from this side. Or is it? It shouldn't actually be a hard jump. It's not that big. I do it almost every time. With no effort. I gotta do something about this jump. This can't be this hard. Look, what happened there? Shouldn't be anywhere near that hard. Oh well. You don't have to go that way. You could actually just jump from above, which I probably should just do because it's way nicer. I think I'm gonna fall in the water here. Oh, I made it! Yay! So you can bubble them. Oh man, I reduced the damage on this way too much. But that thing has way too much health. The spawn rate's way too high in this room. Where is it? Yeah, I think the better strategy is actually just jump from above. Trying to jump through that one thing is actually kind of hard. What's up with you? This is why we test. This... Huh. Can I get up there pretty... I mean, it's possible if I cheat, but I was trying not to cheat my way up. No. This is double jump, by the way. Huh. Okay, things are just broken. I go fix stuff. I keep making all these changes. Like I said, I swapped those rooms, and I think the thing was inside the wrong room. So when I swapped it, it's not loading that room anymore. Maybe. Let's find out, shall we? Yeah, this is missing. What happened to you? You're not in the control room. You're not in... Like, I thought this was loaded into a million different things. How come you're only in the waiting room and not the Sapphire room that you're literally inside of? Kind of need this pathway to be here. It worked better until I fixed it. Oh wait, that's terrible. I should know better than to fix things. I should just leave them as they are. Close doors. I need to start in this room too. Sometimes you just break everything. Yeah, I really want to shrink the size of the text thingy there. Maybe to just... I don't know. I'll figure out something. I'm going to do that from the top here. See if I like this method better. So it shouldn't be hard to jump. Yeah, I need to just jump down. Whee! That was way easier. Look at me discovering easier ways to play my own game. I never built it with the intention of getting there that way. I actually thought you'd go through there, and that's why there's little things over there to get there, but... Okay, well I left this door open. I didn't need to. I have the key for it though, so if I want to open and close it I can, as you can see. Oh yeah, you can also later on summon cubes with this thing too, but I'm not high enough level to do so. Man, I gotta fix the damage on that to make up for the new level system. Certain stuff just hasn't been adapted to the new level system, so the enemies have way too much health and they don't do enough damage. And one of the things is the amount of damage these do when you throw them. I gotta give them more things to say, because they just say it over and over, and it's kind of annoying. That's a good spot. It's running faster than it used to, even when I'm running my the stream and Unreal Engine, so that's not bad. Oh, I removed that pipe. Oh, nice. That pipe was really annoying. Because it was part of the other room that I took out. Well, I didn't take it out, I swapped it. Why not the waiting room kiosk to go get it from the toy maze? What I'm doing is lowering the water out here.
Ouch.
Get ouched. And once you're done, you can actually jump down into these areas. Water's lethal to pop it, so don't jump in the water. Many save points. There actually aren't that many save points in the game. Spot will do. I think they're spawning inside the water. Bug testing needs to happen again. I need to stop changing things so drastically though, that'd probably help a lot. That could probably be the cause of things, you know? Hear me out. Slap my face on the door. Nice. And then with the last one lowered, you could get the Empress, which I already have, but I'll jump down there anyway. But normally this would be part of the what's expected in the game. You can jump over from over there, but there's actually a faster way. I need to make the enemies spawn more in front of her. It seems like if I'm just running away, the enemies don't spawn as well. If you stop, the enemies go crazy on you, but otherwise... Yeah, and you get it from here. Need to be in there, but I already have it. Empress also lets you grow and shrink plants, which is its traversal ability. Let's try not to jump in the water here. Okay, let's just suck at my own game. Fair enough. Well, you get to see grow and shrinking plants in a second anyway. Sometimes I make my game seem really hard. But I saved, so you know. You just respawn back wherever you're at. You don't lose any progress, so you don't actually have to go back the hard way to get through that. I thought about just be completely punishing, but there's way too many ways to just instantly kill you in this game, so that'd just be mean. Some stuff is going to be legitimately hard to get, so... So you can grow and shrink plants. There's like an alternate way over here, which I don't even take anymore, so I don't even know why it's still in the game, but technically you can go this way. The harder way. Part of me wants to keep it in because the harder way is more interesting. Near a light somewhere, that light. Fair enough. Something's firing shots at me. That was way so much harder. You're supposed to do this to get back over there. As a one way to go. I might put something else over there for a reason to go out that way, just because it's kind of silly that there's this big, huge, cool way to go and you don't even get to use it. I didn't jump there. Fair enough. Bit of a lag. Fair enough. It is very hot in this room. Because I badly play my game. Very hot in this room. Man, I've just flubbed everything today. The game's not that hard. I make it look hard. I'm very bad at it. But you get to see more of the map and how things are going like that. How big the game actually is, because you... What little part you've seen there like this represents about 20% of the map. No. It's not 20% of the map. It represents... 4% of the map. My bad. It's 4% of the game. This actually is incorrect because this is actually going to be a much bigger map, so it actually represents a smaller percentage than that. But anyway, can I give you an idea what it is as I reveal all the things are broken? I'm going to turn off the heater in this room real quick before I burst into flames. Was freezing for a bit there, and then not so much. And now I feel like I'm on fire. No messages and all that, fair enough. I really need to go through and just fix all this stuff, because I've added in so many new features. Like, I added an entire level system, which that means I have to scale all the enemies. I swapped 2 of the rooms. I added in secret passage in the musician room, including a giant keyboard with a music puzzle now, which is currently not as perfect as it could be. Of course, I made it last stream at the end of it. That was just in this chapter, the things that changed. And then the second chapter got a big old water system that I'm building. And the second chapter is the one being worked on, where it's kind of laid out okay. I haven't done a lot of working on enemies for it. I think I have something like 5 or 6 enemies for the second chapter. Pretty much all the enemies for the first chapter, though the second boss could use some serious work. Since I made the first boss more interesting, and now the second boss has to be more interesting too. I should have been writing down all the bugs. I mean, there was critical ones, and I didn't need to swap these here. That's true. I don't think this room even needs all that much to it right now. It doesn't serve a function yet. I guess it's got a key there or something that you get by growing a plant. But currently you could just jump from this table to there, and there's like no barrier to that. Like, you could just do it. And that sucks. I kind of wanted you to have to go outside and get to it. But I need a logical barrier right here. What's below this building? Oh, Pirate Cove. I think. Now, what is below this building? I'm running a pipe system through the building, so I'm curious where everything is, and kind of running it up from like a central power. And all the water is coming up through pipes from like, you know, these pump areas and everything like that, just to make it more, to give me more little like pathways to send you down. There's a lot of restructuring going on in this game. It'll be good by the end, but it needs some work. I gotta redo the rocks in here. I got rid of the landscape. Landscapes are terrible. I hate them. There's so many issues with them. They're so buggy. You also can't you can't data layer them. So they're just always there, which is really lame when they're in like one room and the game has over 80 rooms. And so you can see this one from this window, so it would have to be loaded in for when you can see from there, sure. And from any of these rooms here, you need to have it loaded in so you can see into the area, but for everywhere else, there is no conceivable reason So like 5 rooms, this should be loaded in. The rest of the time, I don't want to waste the resources on it. Also, some things like these, you know, fog thingies ignore all ground and just go straight through it. So having that loading at the same time as this would be weird. Not normally a thing. So waiting room goes from here to here. Into the secret garden. Sure, underworld, sure. And this room is throne room. That's a very awkward room to go into. But the throne room doesn't have to be that big. Because there could actually be like a utility closet. And the pipes could go through the utility closet. Of course, there's no reason for the pipes to go up to this room. So it would just be me blocking this for no reason. Unless I wanted a wall here or something. But why would there be a wall sticking out right here? That's a good question. I can't think of a reason why you'd have one. And if I got rid of this table, the big issue is then there's nothing here. It's a big waste of time. I had these big bookshelves that you couldn't get over previously. These ones here that just block the path. And perhaps that's what I should do again. You can get on top of them eventually if you can get high enough. Potentially, maybe I'll borrow a couple of these and drag them back to that room. I need something that fits below a window, and I really don't want to use tables. I guess once you find your way onto the table is the thing, but so you can get from there to there. There would be tables to read at. That is true, thinking about it. Maybe I want just one here or something, and then that table's in front of a door. That's weird. Okay, Navmesh, you're really irritating. Stop chewing on the microphone, Bradley. I could do small tables. You don't have the Hierophant here. You do have access to the Empress later. And I want this one barricaded behind the Empress, so you can't really get there without that. The bouncy couch seems almost unnecessary. Because it's like a super bounce. So maybe I don't want this here. So I can put it under here, and this originally had to you bounce over it. Bounce your way up. But in thinking about it, there would be places to read stuff. I'm probably going to take the landmines out. Those were... Hey, Binlib. Oh, I'll be doing playtests and then eventually a demo. And then maybe early access. Full release won't happen for a while. Demo will most certainly happen first, though. Yeah, I think I don't want the landmines in here. I think it's just one extra thing that doesn't need to be explained here. As much as I thought they were funny. Or I could take them all and put them in a different room because I wrote things on them that were kind of funny. Oh, cool. Thanks for the wish list. Yeah, I'm definitely excited to finally get to that point. But what I need to stop doing is adding so much stuff. I keep adding in so many things. Actually, I want to get rid of this table. Making all these changes, and now it's like, huh. Well. making this take longer than it probably need to for the demo. I'm going to take all these and store them in a different room. That's my plan. I don't know where they're going yet, but maybe in one of these little like lower rooms or something. I've learned not to get rid of a possible idea. Check you very simple, like we're putting. No. Yeah, I mean the work's good, and simple probably does help out a lot. Like, you know, this that'll sit here for now. Will they? What I'm doing now is kind of, yeah. I'll put them in this abandoned area. That's a good idea. Let's put it here. Just an obnoxious problem to deal with in this area. Like it's trapped. Yeah, I really enjoy doing this. If it wasn't for health problems, I would do it all the time. But I just have crappy health, so, you know. Probably from doing this all the time. I mean, it's probably not wrong. If I want to get technical, it's probably not wrong. Move those from there, add them to here so they don't get in the way and I don't forget about them. Last time I checked, forgetting about landmines is a pretty bad decision in life. Even if they are digital ones. Dad made so many changes. One of the changes I was making is I was finally adding a puzzle to the music room. Load this up real quick. I made a giant size one that you could jump around on. And it's functional, though the puzzle could use some work, so I hid the Temperance Tarot there. No, it's all done. I don't have a complicated puzzle in there yet because I just want to make certain it worked. And if you have a thing for it, then it opens a secret door in here and there's, you know, a button. The button's going to be on something. I just put it here so, you know, it would exist. Yeah, it's fun. And it opens the way. And you get Temperance. Yay! Unfortunately, well, that's a problem right there. The way I collect items is in map variables, and they can't have duplicate entries, so I have to do some changes so that you can hit two keys that are the same and have it reset. So it's got a bug in it that needs to be dealt with. Also, these keys don't really play noise from the sound of it. Some of the keys are... That says A3 twice, doesn't it? It does. Nice. Yeah, the black keys aren't even playing the noise. Is that all of them? That's interesting because they all use the same code. It's literally the same blueprint for all of them. So I wonder why that one's not playing noise. Yeah, the pose in. Hey, how's it going? I don't really like this track very much. Some of these tracks are crap. I really need to go through and just eliminate all the garbage tracks. All those stupid humble bundles, man. There's so many of them. Why are we not selecting it, huh? Oh, because Nav's up. Sure. That's probably fair. I know I'm energyless because, you know, I was in a bunch of pain, and then, you know, I got past the pain portion of it. Now I'm back to being a little more energetic, but like a month and a half of that pain crap left me wiped for the next month for certain. Most emotions I see with people are usually like anger, but I think a lot of people are just so busy like scrolling crap all the time that they're just burning out their entire receptors to anything. Like they just, it's just a blur now. You know, as I forgot what the chemical that's released in your brain is for that, but you know, for the excitement thing, the reward of the constant entertainment. And I mean, think about it, you know, you scroll down something like on X or something like that, and you're gonna see like 100 different things within a few minutes. People weren't meant to do that. They just weren't. I mean, there you go. Yeah. Stop doing scrolling completely? Yeah. I mean, if it wasn't for needing to post my games, you know, stuff to X all the time, I wouldn't even bother to look at that crap. It's just garbage. But yeah, like the entire online world, like I would ignore it if it wasn't for game dev, because I need to build the audience, because people need to, you know, hear about your game, pick it up. But yeah, I know my roommate, he can't even get away from, he needs to be perpetually entertained, just constant, just stuff, or he can't handle being not near things. It's like, dude, it's okay to just, you know, turn things off for like an hour. Like I'll do that. I'll just turn things off for like an hour or two and go walking. I'll have no entertainment. It's just me and my thoughts. It's fine. It's great. But are people watching shorts, which is just basically slop? It's just the piggies just eating all the slop that's just fed to them. You don't even think anymore. It's just slop put in your face over and over and over and over. Or yeah. Well, like I say, I don't really scroll through it as much anymore because it's just slop. I do have to go in there and post the stupid. Basically, I just repost my game's trailer over and over and over and over and over and over and over. That's my entire thing there now. It gets views. Yeah, it's just it. What I found is my interest in the internet has collapsed. It used to be so cool back when people were making all these neat things, but now that it's just a perpetual slot machine, I don't care. I just tune out completely to it. If it wasn't for game dev, I wouldn't even own a computer. They're garbage these days. They're almost valueless for what they can do for you. So I'm like, my phone does more work for me than that, and it just, you know, I could access the few websites I need to sell stuff, and I'd be happier. I'd be healthier because I get more exercise. In general, my life would have been better if I never touched a computer. But I love game dev, so here we are. And walking. Walking? Yeah. I mean, you're supposed to get like 10,000 steps a day at least, and I wasn't getting that. And it was pretty bad news. I mean, sitting here all along, like, you know, the older you get, the more you can't just sit like this. I mean, I couldn't sit like this for all the time anyway, but I've worked on computers my whole life, and it's mostly just led to health problems, I'm sure, from those. It's just a really slot machine. Yep. Full of AI and bots. You're not able to get any emotion because the algorithm. Yeah. Algorithm censorship's problem. The system unfortunately rewards quantity, not quality, which is why the AI slop lords are able to just crap out an endless supply of garbage, and YouTube just goes, "K, thanks, K, thanks, K, thanks," and it's just. I don't think YouTube realizes that they're destroying their own viewership because a lot of that's just bots, but most people are just tuning out. It's just, I watched the most recent Avatar movie, and, you know, I was really caught up in the thought that, you know, I no longer cared. Like, none of the visuals mattered to me anymore. They were all meaningless. They wasn't impressive. They weren't interesting. It felt like a giant AI thing, even though I knew it wasn't AI. But it didn't matter because it's just the same kinds of, you know, ooh, ah visuals that they just keep throwing at you, strapped to something nearly meaningless story-wise, and it's like, okay. Like, I was just bored. I'm don't get me wrong, it wasn't a good movie, so that didn't help either, but it's just the visuals didn't help anymore, and the story itself was so paper thin that it didn't matter. In fact, it was basically the story of 2 all over again. You're like, right, okay. So, but yeah, as far as how censorship, it's not even the censorship, it's just that the more you post, the more you are rewarded. It does not matter what you post. Irrelevant. Post a lot. That's it. And if you don't believe me, I would like to present to you my analytics for Grok here. Oh, not Grok, for X here. Alright. So, you might be thinking, yeah, you know, look at these numbers like that. This is me posting the same trailer over and 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 over like this. Usually getting over 1,000 views, sometimes not. Some days I didn't post. I didn't post on those days. I still got a bunch of views on days I didn't post. Some days I get a little lazy, but on average I'm just posting the same thing. There's no deviation. It's the same thing. Replying to everyone's posts like, show me your game over stuff. Okay. Hell, it even spiked up on one of the Saturdays. Don't know why. Just spiked. How is this possible? What, me getting all these like views on these things? It's easy. I will show you the technique that is required here. We are on Wishlist Wednesday. Let me double check that there's nothing. No. You don't do that. That's weird. I want to double check that people aren't posting their OF crap because it's Wishlist Wednesday, and that doesn't. I think that's mostly a game dev one, but I just want to scroll through it real quick and make certain that it is mostly game dev. Sure. Okay, it is. Things like Follow Friday are a minefield. I would never show Follow Friday on the thing. There's way too much garbage in there. Okay, so I'm gonna go take there, and I have my pinned post. And my pinned post is my trailer. Yeah, trailer. Cool. You know, it's got 52 likes. It's got 1,800 views. Sure. Bunch of video watches. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, you take our little post here, and you go, man, this is so cool. Wish this Wednesday. Hey, Stellar Game Devs, switch my share your indie game. Okay. This is my indie game. Neat. I'm gonna like their posts because I'm a good person. Yay. This person doesn't want to see my thing. Fair enough. This beep boop. Game devs, we've detected Wishlist Wednesday. Show your game. Yep. Sounds good. Gonna do that. Oh, look. I'm gonna like this thing too. I was like, that's how I keep track of which ones I've done, by the way. Nope. Not that there. Oh, Wishlist Wednesday. Show indie game. Am I following you? I follow every one of them too, because, you know, X will go, oh, you like these people. You're right, I do. These people will, like, retweet your stuff, so helping you out. Made a list. Did you make a list that I care about? Drop your indie game here? Sure will. These people aren't like that. I'm looking for the people asking for the things. Someone else doing what I'm doing? Good on you, buddy. Indie devs. Nope. Same guy. Nope. I don't care about your game, buddy. Wishes Wednesday. Vince, here's your indie game. Yes, I will. And like I say, you might think this might not work, but where do you think all this is going for? I'm not posting a new post on my own thing. I'm just replying. Indie, this is another guy who does it. It also says right there in giant words. See this scroll? You go, cool, look, every person who does this. Overage Gaming does like 3 or 4 of them a day. You just reply to all Overage Gaming's ones. Why not? There's perfect music for this. It pretty much sums up the entire advertising everything. You're not one, right? Nope, you are. Indie questing. Share your game. Oh, did I? Yeah. As you can tell, I've already been here for a few of them. Ah, that one's weird. Yeah, man, I'm sure it doesn't make any difference at all. None. Nada. Zip. It makes no difference whatsoever. As you can see, the lack of difference that it is making. Now keep in mind on my profile, the last time I actually posted anything new was the 23rd. That would have been right here where I got basically less impressions than I did yesterday by doing exactly what I just did. I replied to every Screenshot Saturday one where they asked about the, you know, your thing, and look what happened. And what it does is people scroll these hashtags, and like these people will sit there and they'll like your post and often repost it, and it pushes your numbers up. Now, obviously, you have to have something cool to show people. But even when I first started, I didn't have the coolest things to show people. I just started showing the clips, and the clips eventually became a trailer. That's what happened. I was just like, oh, clip, 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 boom, trailer. Out of the clips that I had previously made. And then just the same trailer over and over and over and over and over and over and over like that. I think I've only netted like 46 wish lists from it. To be fair, I've actually netted something like 64, but 18 were deleted. So I'm not sure how many of them were actually netted from this and not, because the initial 18 deletions could have been from the initial 100. I don't know. So I could have netted 64 from this. And this was since, you know, November 2nd is when I started doing this. So it's not bad. I mean, it's not amazing, but my game isn't incredibly far along, so. And there's a bunch of tags that I found to be good. I can post them. I mean, I have every tag under the sun. Not all of them are good. But I just have collected all of them. Yeah, those are the various ones there. Some are much better than others. Feel free to just, you know, post all of them whenever. Look for people who are just want you to post their game. That's it. Just look for people who want you to post their game. Every time. YouTube demands that I do only the last bit. I'll do the kick one first and then do that so I don't have to do that. And we'll send all those to those people. Now they're all in there. Those are all the ones. And like I said, that's my advice. Yeah, Motivational Monday. I've also seen Motivation Monday. Yeah, there's Motivation Monday, Motivational Monday, Marketing Monday, Demo Monday, Mobile Monday. You know, the thing is that Mondays, some of them have really firm ones. Like Screenshot Saturday is a firm one that is just the one. But then Wishlist Wednesday is a firm one too. But then some of the other days, like Monday, is just all over the place. But some ones, just like, they'll have almost none. But just trying to cover all your bases. And if you do that, and keep doing it, you will in fact get views on your stuff. Then it just comes down to, is your stuff good enough to get them to look at it? And, well, you could say on that. Like I say, quality, quantity, not quality. My posts are pure quantity at this point, not quality. It's the same thing over and over and over and over and over, and yet doesn't matter. Because, like I say, they just reward that. That's all that matters. They just reward you doing it over and over. It smells the way sound. There's nothing special about this. This is so old that it doesn't even use the spawn sound. Yeah, sure thing. Happy spamming. Pretty much. The other thing I did for a while that got really good traffic, but only gets good traffic if you have something new every time, so it's really hard to do for any length of time. But one of the things I did are the YouTube shorts, right? And when I was doing it every day, like it started out right around here. No, that's not. This is the first one. This was a long time ago. Yeah. So this 3 minute, I just posted a minute and 29 seconds of me just playing the game. Then it went down a bunch, and I was like, cool. Oh. Something made noises at me. Also, that's really loud my ears. Hmm. Oh. Thanks for the follow, Liam Walty. Yeah, Liam Walty, and rate up 2112. Yeah. Anyway, there's like nothing. You get some likes, cool. And this was like something like 1,300, 1,100. Basically nothing. I was trying to experiment with when I posted to make some differences. And then, you know, that there, over 1,000. It's weird the ones that did really well. For some reason, this stupid button one did great, but had like no likes. And this one had like a bunch of likes and did less views. I don't understand. Then I stopped doing it. Like if you saw when it was consistent, it was like 22nd, 25th, 30th. Oh, you see the numbers start to fall. Oh, it went up a bit. But I didn't have new content to post, so it didn't really didn't work out so great. But when I was posting the same 30-second clip to like this, X, and then like Imager, I would pull in something like 4,000 to 5,000 views on every single stupid little clip between the three things. And that, I mean, that's attention. It's not like, you know, the most attention you're ever going to see. And again, it's all about, you know, quantity over quality. Like 39-second video here gets this many views. Okay, like when I stream, I don't get that, okay? Like when I stream, like I did cut up stream for a while, but even when I was streaming all the time on, say, YouTube, you can see the views aren't even that great. Like they're nothing amazing. Sometimes it does really well. Really well, such a, when you compare it to the others, I guess. And then you look over at Twitch, and Twitch was getting like 300 to 400 views before I took that 2-month break. Meanwhile, a dumb short of like 32 seconds of me beating up some rubber duckies. I don't even have the audio on. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Aha. It's actually only like 16 seconds, I think. And I just played the clip backwards. Just to have it loop. People liked it. Oh, and I post some little message. The rubber ducky abuse will continue until wish lists improve. And then right back to it again. That little bit of retardation. Where was it? I don't even know. Oh, right here. Yeah, I mean, 1,328 views. It took no time to make. Which is why I was sitting there going, does streaming even have value for purposes of trying to promote your game? I don't think it actually has a lot of value. It has some. Anytime people see your stuff and can get into your story, it adds some value. How much less than what I'm doing here? I just like, you know, chatting with people, so, you know. I'm happy to go over the things that have worked for me versus haven't worked. The defense of streaming is often that you're just doing it anyway. So, you know, why not? It's a number here. Oh, did I write sharp? Yeah, okay. But yeah, overall it's done very well for that. Like I say, my wish lists are currently at 146. I've had 168, but 18 were deleted. And when I started that, I just barely hit 100. And 2 people said they wishlisted today, so it should be 148. So those 2, the wishlist today basically came from streaming, not from posting. So, well, that is something to note when you look over at the views on this, like that 19,000. Yeah. Since the last time we checked, which was yesterday, it's actually gained 1,000 more views, but only 990 unique views on the trailer. 2,703 watches, but then you look at the amount of people watched to the end, and only 6% have ever made it through the whole percentage. To be fair, people usually just scroll right by, and these are people who scrolled slowly. These are the people who are actually even interested at all. That's really how it works. Scrolls really fast, scrolls slower, actually watch something. Let's qualify that. Only 25 link clicks on this thing too, so it's not like it's not a very good thing for getting wish lists. It's better than nothing, obviously. And to be fair, this post here does not count the analytics of my replies, right? Because every reply is its own post. I also need to scroll through and look at that. So this thing here, you know, it's only had one view because obviously it's pretty new. I just posted those. This one is at still one for those. Yep. The earlier you get in, the better, but you won't see views on those till much later. Currently 7 on their video, not mine. Where are we at? These are all those. 3 on this one, not much. Any of them can be clicked on though too. 1, blah blah blah. Let's get. These are all from today. 7 on this one so far. 3. If they retweet, it doesn't get included in my replies either, so I don't see the retweets. So that's notable here. This one got a like plus that, so it's not 0. 16 views on that one. Doesn't tell you. Wow, it would tell me on link clicks, wouldn't it? 5 on that one. So you never know if someone link clicks it or not. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But a lot of times they just retweet stuff, and then this got retweeted here as 25. So you just got to keep up on these things like that. Mostly what I'm looking for is it also doesn't tell you who replies to your replies. So I noticed that was a thing there. This has 24 views on it. Maybe someone clicks link, maybe not. Down the line, it just adds up. 27. But yeah, I mostly look for the reply right here, all the way back one day or something. After that, I don't care too much. Cause yeah. So what you gotta do though, you gotta advertise. Advertising will take as long as making the game does. I kid you not. It 100% will. You see how often I post this stupid post? This is all the time. All the time. This is Trailer Tuesday. I mean, this one here had 55 views. And all I did was profile visit, detail expand. 3 likes, 2 retweets, which I can't see the retweets, so who knows what those got. So I mean, like, it adds up. Let's see. Well, it's just that's one more person that might have seen something. You know, I mean, like, it just adds up. If you look at each of these individual posts and go, yeah, that wasn't very good, who gives a crap about it, you know, that's fine. You can look at it. I mean, there's 41 here, profile visit there. 426. But like I say, you go back to my analytics, I just pay for the premium. It's like $8. It's worth it. Trust me. And on Trailer Tuesday, I had 1,069 views. It's not 0. I gained as many followers as I lost that day, but if you notice, I've gained a bunch of more than I've lost along the way. By a bunch. So, picking up followers like crazy, it adds up. So Rome wasn't built in a day. If you think, you know, spamming your game out there 1 or 2 days is going to make a difference, it's not. It's not at all. Nobody gives a crap. You'll never be seen. I'd done this every single day besides like Christmas, where I was too busy or didn't care, whatever. I might have been intoxicated. No, this wasn't even Christmas. I think it's got lazy. I actually did it on Christmas. I don't know. I stream all the time, you know. Well, not all the time for the last couple months, but, you know, I've done all that there to try to build interest. Streaming to Kick, YouTube, and Twitch because, you know, yeah. And sure, Kick hasn't done too well so far as number of people who've actually, I mean, I did, you know, get raided by a couple people who joined the Discord, and, you know, that's led to something, so it's not like it all adds up. If you were gonna, you know, basically advertising that requires the least amount of work is usually pretty good. Also, these both say A, and they need a keyboard layout here. I don't know what the keyboard layout is. So piano, keyboard layout. Sure. That's just my advice to you. Just keep putting it out there. You're gonna have to continuously do it a disgusting amount of times. I mean, the other fun thing to note is if you look at my profile here. Wait, does it say how many posts I have? Yeah, it does. I now have 1,975 posts, of which I'm sure like 1,000 of them are that one trailer. or more. I'd probably post that trailer replying at least 20 times a day. So much so the ex was like, hey, you a spammer? And I was like, nah, man, check. And they're like, he's not a spammer. So I'm just replying to the things that people ask for. And I have 100 followers over my following. That's cool. My numbers have reversed. Because, you know, you do the initial trick. Like, this was an old trick you could do on a lot of the, like, Instagram and Twitch and all, like Twitter and things like that. Basically just any of the post type things like this. Go through and find a bunch of people in whatever sphere you're interested in and follow them. Just follow all of them. You don't care. Follow them. Because what happens is some number will follow you back. Give them a few days, they don't follow you back. Well, I would just go follow more people and just keep doing that. And you'll eventually build followers. They don't like your stuff, but it'll make it look like you have followers, even though you really don't. They'll kind of, sort of, it's not real interest. But it does pump your numbers. Do I think it's the best way to do things? I don't even know if it helps for the algorithm. It might not. Why are there 4 keys next to each other? That doesn't seem right at all. This seems wrong. I know this is not a full keyboard. Yeah, there's lots of little tricks. I guess that's no different than, you know, just having essentially a bot. Bot you a bunch of times. I guess it is kind of different. It's real engagement in that the real person followed you back. You'll have to, don't follow them too fast though, or the thing will be like, you need to take a break, and then they'll make you wait like half an hour to do it again. But I'm pretty certain that's how that account initially got followers ages ago. Wouldn't surprise me one bit. I've had that account for 8 years or something. A long time. These are C's, F and then C. I don't. I guess I'm looking at the keys here to figure out where it is. And every single one of these, there is no world where there should be 4 keys next to each other like this. This should not be. At all. It should be 3 keys. So literally this setup here. So this just needs to be deleted. That makes me wonder if this is like 2 keys here. Alright, so we're starting with F2. This is such a weird thing because none of these keyboards start with F. I think it's actually starting right here and doing these keys. But normally it seems like it cuts off like here, 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 like at the red key. So, oh, this is the middle key it says, right? Or middle C, yeah. Okay, so the middle C is there. So this one literally starts like right here. Because it starts with F2. And the F1 is probably here. I'm going to go and make the assumption that the first F on there is F1, then F2, then F3, and F4. It makes sense, right? I don't think they count in reverse. It'd be weird if they did, but they might. Let's double check if they did. Yeah, F3. Because this is someone in my Discord who made this initial thing for me. And then I've changed it a bunch because it was like a regular piano, and I want a giant one you can jump on, which is much more fun. Plus I want pipes you can go inside of and, you know, things like that. At least that's the theory. Okay, so assuming this is F2. F2. This doesn't say what the black keys are, though. So yeah, F2, G2, A2, B2. I could make a full keyboard. I wonder if I should. It'd take a lot of space. Probably be unnecessary. I kind of want to keep it real simple. I kind of want to write what the keys are somewhere though, so you can see, because most people are probably like me and have no idea. I mean, I assume. This is hard to keep track of. So this is middle C, D, E, F, sure, F3, G3, A3, B3. Yeah, it's just this one key shouldn't just exist. It should just be a side key. You gonna delete that, buddy? Yeah, I was just built on top of it and it shouldn't have been there. I was like, this makes no sense. Alright, so B3. This says C4 and it's like tiny for some reason. C4, D4. That's right, C, D, E, sure. This is very confusing. It's literally these keys right here over to these keys. So it leaves these 5 off here and like all these other keys off here. I really don't know what possessed him to pick these particular keys at all. I have no idea. It's very weird. Oh, why did I do that? I needed to edit the other sounds. Trying to think of any other sage knowledge I can offer for promotion, but it's not like I'm super successful or anything, so. I'm going to change my thing, and I'm going to, in my post on X, I'm going to mention that my game is inspired by Alice Madness Returns and like Little Nightmares. Because my game doesn't have name recognition like those do. Right? So I need that to be a thing. Like I want that. People mention it all the time. Like it is just the #1 thing that is mentioned. Well, they mentioned the Alice games. Like it's been mentioned like over 50 times in replies without me ever saying a word. It's like, yep. Which is good because, you know, I mean, the entire style of the game, like art-wise, is inspired by it. But I think that I could write something better in there. I also can make my Steam page better. Like I finally went back and replaced all the screenshots of my game so that they were accurate to what the game is now. Wait. It's not adding the sound. Why? Why are you not adding the sound? I have questions here. I'm gonna edit the level directly. Maybe you can't do it here. It seems weird, like you should be able to, but it's a bit foobarred apparently. Activate Let There Be Light mode. Still one of the best purchases I've made in game dev. Ultra Dynamic Sky is fantastic. Everyone should buy 12. Kind of feels like that. It's so good. I don't know why you would use anything but it. It's so good. This is a sound wave. Why are you able to have this no problem, but you cannot? It's the same thing, the same variable. Like, what are we looking at here? It works there if I just drop it in, but I can't drop the thing in directly on the keys. It's instance editable. And yet... No? Maybe it likes sound cues better. Let's make them all into sound cues. I can put a sound cue there, right? Can you drop it? Sure. What is this sound map? This is started out with someone else's code and I went through and adjusted it later. Oh yeah, I got rid of the piano key down thing. That way it's terrible. The whole set a variable thing, it doesn't work right. It never works right. You have a variable set, like, you know, it's like a Boolean, and it goes back and, you know, will change the Boolean back, you know, to false afterwards. It always does it multiple times the first pass through. It's weird when you land on things. The do once method is 100% better. Where it literally can only do it once. I can go this piano key down thing. And then at the very end, I just have a, you know, custom event that's just a reset for it. Get sort of random timing issues. I have a better strategy. This other method's terrible. Screw this. Fixing someone else's code. Like I say, it wasn't I who initially made this keyboard, so it's... bound to be programmed in ways that are not great. I remember when I first got it, it was horribly unoptimized too. Thankfully I learned about level instances and the like, and merging meshes along the way, and these things really helped take what was going to be an impossibly poor performance thingy and made it somewhat usable. Alright, so get this, find key name, and now I don't care. Cool, now it actually says the sharp in there too. Is it setting the sound somewhere? On construct or something? Oh yeah. Huh. Well, I don't need that anymore. That explains much more. I think I made a change, then forgot to finish changing it, or just forgot I did something in general. That happens. The project is so big, it's easy to forget things exist. Kick still working in the background there? Yep. Some of these background processes, you know? I might not use the collectible system for this, or I might just ignore the collectible system and just have add the name of it to an array specifically for this puzzle, because the entire collectible system is built for unique collectibles and it's not built for duplicate keys, so I don't like that appearing up there. So I probably need a better indicator. I almost want like a giant book that appears there and says the keys that you got, but I don't know if that's that worth it, or just something that says on the board. Maybe I should actually unite them all together into things so you can see which the 5 are in a row. Hey Sarah, how's it going? I'm in fact breaking things. Do not mind me. I guess I actually fixed things in this case, but it feels like I'm breaking. Rebellion. Break everything. I guess I don't need these sound cues, do I? Yeah, by making it so you can travel inside the piano thing. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with this yet, but I might have like pipes going down that kind of power it with steam and everything. I haven't quite convinced myself if I want to put holes in this floor yet to do that, because it means I got to redo the entire floor, and I don't know if I want to do that yet. I do, but I don't. I should probably run pipes down, but I think I might make this smaller too. It's so big. It's like too big. Right? Is it too big? I don't know if it's too big, actually. It looks about the same size as these, so that's fair, is it? I suppose I could just pull the whole thing up and get it near the others and see if they're the same size. Uh-huh. They look... oh yeah, they're like the same size. It's fine. Well, let's say I did that. It'd be like hollow pipes down to like here. There aren't many hollow things yet. Should sell that on the marketplace. Actual hollow pipes, because no thing for steampunk includes hollow pipes. You'd be surprised how hard it is to find hollow pipes. It's so dumb. I'm just like, but I want to go in the pipes. If you ever make a plumbing game, you're gonna have a real hard time. It's just like, okay, I'm just inside the floor. I was like, are we floating? No. You. Or not. You. There we go. I want to see about where it would be. It's kind of a really awkward place for that, but that's okay. This room's going to get changed a bunch anyway. Yeah, it'd be like way down through here. Oh, ooh. I don't want to put it through here. It's the fortune teller room. I don't want that at all. That pipe would be in a really awkward location. I guess it doesn't have to be. I'm just kind of running things down to see where they go. Oh, yeah. I think I'd want to join the pipes and have them go somewhere else, like maybe under the ground, and then pop out this area and go somewhere else, rather than straight down. I think is what's really happening here. That'd make a lot more sense to me. Because otherwise, yeah, yeah, about that. It's not ideal. Not ideal at all. I have way too many pipes. I forgot what the other ones were called. These ones here, yeah, these ones I made. They're just called pipes in their environment. I've made like over 1,000 things for this game. Quite literally. It's wild how many I've made. I need to make certain things that are destroyable only with upgraded stuff. So you have to return later and break your way through these in order to get to some new area. So what I might have is like a bronze, silver, gold setup. Even though gold is obviously like, would normally be one of the wimpier metals in this equation. But just as far as what you can break. I might also make it that only certain things like the Fool or something can break them. Something with a lot of force. Might not be a bad idea. Sure. I'm just making all kinds of pathways now. What I'm doing is gamifying things. So before they weren't really gamified, they were just concept things. Like this isn't really gamified. Well, this has got some gamification to it, but not a lot. This is going to be a boss arena, so boss arenas don't need a lot of gamification because by the very nature you're going to be fighting a boss there. So usually you don't got to worry too much about that. The pipes could go outside. I don't know about that. They could. I could run the pipe outside. There's a window here though, so I can't run it right there. No. I'm gonna run outside this way. Am I doing that? Am I gonna run things farther than outside the building? Well, no, because there's like there's death fields out here. So if it got too far back, it would have to stop out here and go through this. I don't think I want to build holes through this. I'll have to redo all of it if I do that. Let's figure out a way where I don't have to redo multiple assets just to make it work, you know? Like, hear me out. I don't want to redo much, everything I don't have to. I'm fine with redoing some things, but... What I'm going to do here is actually I'm going to run both sides down into this, so I'm going to make it the same size. I think that's exciting enough, and then I'll worry about a hole in the floor later. Actually, I'm probably going to give it like a silver grade or something so that they're really hard to break. But in the future... I hate these little fog things. They're hard to not click on even though like right here. I don't know how far forward that was. Are you really far forward too? Yeah. Oh, you must be off kilter here. Oops. Just want to click this. How are you inside the wall but not you? Must not be very straight. Oh, there's a fake wall. Oh, is it like is there a fake wall? No. Are these two walls a different size? Alright, well, I'm just gonna grab all this real quick. I'm gonna attempt to grab it all. This is a wild track for them to just hand to me on the game day thing. Huh. Nothing like the other tracks that I've been handed. Cool. I like extra tracks. I have these standing on the sides here, so I'm just going to remove those two at the same time. Well, I was going to do that, but apparently I'm still caught up in this because of a bug in Unreal Engine, so now I have to click off of anything else, and now I click it again. Redo it real quick. I forgot about the, you know, spline point bug, where if you click on anything else that's a spline, then it just keeps the original spline point selected no matter what you have selected. Like, it'll look like everything's selected. It is not. It is most certainly that same thing. It happens. It's been happening since 5.4. Like I say, 5.4 might be where they started vibe coding their thing, and from that point on, the engine has had so many bugs. It's crazy how many bugs it has. It's a lot. And I'm just like, but guys, why? Why so many? Maybe I'll move this more to the center of the room, kinda. Well, then I can't use these little shelves here. That is true. I don't think you need shelves there though, because like there's a window, there's a thing here. You can probably jump from this over and grab that and pull your way up, so you don't think you need that. So I can move it over. Or at least far enough over that it's not stuck in the wall. Yeah, something like that. I'll probably get rid of a lot of these chains. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that, but again, this room is purely in concept territory anyway. Well, maybe not as concept as it could be, but it's concepty. That's fine. I'll have to convert these over. The question is, where does this go? Where is the steam engine at? So presumably the power supply would be like down, or the power thing would be over here. So you'd want to send steam up through this room, so this can be like the steam room and not like a staff room. Oh, I got my best viewers. Oh, what a deal. Good old Twitch with its random bot, making me feel a little better about my day. Not really, it's not making me feel better. Ban the bandabator. I used to try that, and it didn't really help. Because what happened is the, they didn't really stop them. Like, they just, somehow the keywords would just be fine in there. I used to try the same on Kick too, but I finally gave up. Mostly I would just kind of ban them after a while. Though in reality, I probably shouldn't ban them. I should probably just delete the thing, because it counts as one additional viewer anyway, even if it's just a bot. And after all, if over half the internet is actually not even people anymore, but actually just bots, because apparently it is, or so that's what the statistics are saying, why am I banning over half the population of the internet? I really do think that the eventual end game of the internet is that people will no longer use it. It'll just be bots sending information back to each other, and people will have just left it out of boredom. Because it won't be really built for people anymore. It'll be built for just bots. So there'll be like infinite ads everywhere, because the bots don't care if they see ads. Places like, you know, YouTube and everything like that are more than happy to send out views, you know. Which like that, they're just like, oh, someone's viewing it, they're seeing ads, we can sell the ads, woohoo. Meanwhile, people are clicking off the ads right and left, but the bot's just like a more valuable viewer. Now, to the advertiser, it's not, but the thing is in the case of all these different, like, you know, social media things, you're relying on them telling you how many people have viewed it, and that being accurate, not just some cooked number they've come up with. There's nobody, you know, checking, nobody watching the watcher, right? So you just have increasingly people just checking out because they're like, this sucks. I don't know where I want this one to go, but I think I would want to pipe down this direction, maybe. I could have steam pipes. It's possible I want to recolor the steam pipe something different. I'll have to think about that. Yeah, I definitely have really changed my opinion on the internet over time and just how boring it is now. If I wanted this, I have to change this one out for one that's just a regular three-way. What about itch.io pipes? I mean, I made these pipes using geometry brushes. Hollow pipes. Because I don't have any hollow pipes, even though I own every steampunk thing in the world. Maybe not all, but I own quite a few of them. I'm like, maybe I'll have a use for it. I really didn't have a use for a lot of it. The problem with these things here, like, this is like an air conditioning unit like that, so having steam going through here would make sense. And I might just use mist in order to make it look like there's steam coming out of these things or something. I don't know. Sure. So I guess the pipes could just hook into this. It's a little weird, but... That should work. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to have pipes with different covers on them. That's still too low. I'd have to lower it down, which is fine. I guess I can just do that. Bend the pipe into here or something. Downside, I'm about to change that out there. Where are you at? I made the ducts as well because, you know, kind of had to. I was like, cool, great, but just didn't have them. It's like, I need this. I'll have to remake this wall too. Very exciting having to remake walls. Can you feel my excitement? This needs to be rotated, so that's what I'm looking for. So much this game's gonna get redone as I try to just slam things into new places. It's crazy how much is gonna get redone. Yeah, let's be able to put a hole through that. I just want the end pipe, not the rest of it. I have to upgrade my destroyables. You might take a quick bio break real fast though. I'm starting to lose the fight against that tea I drank earlier. Yeah, also been over 2 hours, so that's probably why. You drink a bunch of tea and then you're like, oh, why? Alright, well, everyone can stare at Mr. Skullhead here. I'll be right back. Let us continue. Am I missing messages? Nope. Nope. Yeah, what's up with the YouTube streaming thing? It's not getting enough, As long as there's any errors going on. Ah, YouTube just doing dumb things, apparently. Fair enough. Hit my chat. Okay. I think for now I'm just going to leave this as it is. You might want to have some way to join these two together. This is more just concept thing here of where everything's going to go. This room is above what? Rig. Not very useful. And the entrance? Yeah, okay. There's obviously not a good place to run the pipes. It's like the worst place. I probably want to run it down in a corner of a building. I can go through the portal room. I don't care about that. Lost and found thingy. Gotta change this. What is this message and is it important? One sec, might have important thing there. Getting a new fridge, or the one was making loud noises like it was a motor in a boat, and you're like going, pretty certain that's not a normal fridge noise. It's already been repaired multiple times. Oh, that's right, because the other ones I was like, where are those at? So I'm trying to run more things to the engine room because it's just more interesting that way if they do that. So what I probably need is to have some pipes coming up out of here in the first place, right? If it seems like I'm all over the place, I kind of am, because I'm just kind of building in all these directions to try to figure out where stuff would go. And I presume this is where the water would be. It's almost like a central section would probably be up here, so you'd almost want to run through the center, but if I run through the center, then it's right through the center of this room. I don't know how I feel about that. So maybe I want to run it up from this area. And maybe one to this side as well. And then I just see where in the building it hits. Which I think is a much better plan than... Am I doing it backwards? I think I am. Yeah, I like that because I want to be able to position it down here either. Also, when I click it, I don't want to delete the early portion of the spline because then you'll be like, it'll have a spline way up here and the actual point it clicks out way down there and it's annoying. It should just make the other area the first portion of the spline if it's going to do that. So it'll be like right here. That's still into the wall though. In the most ideal world, it'd be like here, but the problem is this is got some walls to it too, so something like this. Where does this come out at? That's a good question. No, that's actually a good area for it to come out at. Not quite that far over and all that, but this is one of the control rooms, so if I can pipe steam into one of the control rooms, it'll look normal, and then I can start going out from the control room. So the goal is actually just to get the pipes to arrive at control rooms. Like one here would be also really good, but this is really far away, so I'll have to run it along the ground. I feel like an engineer here. I gotta do this, run it along the ground and all that. How big are you? Maybe I just do a size 1. Maybe that's the right call. Because the size 1 is big enough for Poppet to travel through, though this will obviously be, she'd have to like fly through this. Maybe I'll let you float on steam too, I don't know. People were saying the game didn't feel very steampunk. I got you. I got you, bro. I got you. I will make this steampunk. Fear not. So yeah, job 1 is just to get it up through those areas into the big stuff. Which means I probably want to put something into this Pac-Man room too, to control the giant machine. You know, kind of an explainer for why it is as it is. I can just put a cap on these. This also gives me an excuse to use the little moon doors too. Which are basically pipe caps that I have like a little moon door thingy for. This is not even a full wall. This is not a real wall. This is a fake wall, so I can just run with that. It's my heart's content. If I can click the other thing. It's often hard to do. Got it. It's kind of fun turning it into all this weird crap. Just making weird stuff that makes actual sense instead of no sense for once. Kind of a rarity for me. I also want to get all the holes done in the floors at the same time. I'm tired of remaking these floors. I just am. Like, seriously, I'm just tired of it. Just no more. No more remaking the floors. Oh, for my naysayers, I got 3 more likes on Twitch during the stream. I'm sorry, on X during the stream. So it's not like a big number, but hear me out. It does add up. You got to do your wishlist Wednesday stuff. Very important. Yeah, we're doing wishlist Wednesday, even though it's still Tuesday for me. Wishlist Wednesday is still the key. Speaking of which, I'm gonna keep that open in the background so I can just wish list things as they show up. Not wish list things, but add to my wish list thing. So I just add that one here. This one here. Oh, wait. Nope, that one's not a new one. This isn't even on latest. You go to latest, you can find all the new wish list ones, and you can find all kinds of things that are really new and big. But yeah, you just keep checking back throughout the night, and this is how you get things. This is just their thing there. Nope. There's a lot of cat thingies. You'd be surprised how many cat thingies exist. Or maybe you wouldn't. Maybe you just realize that people really, really like cats. Like, I like cats. But I get the sneaking suspicion I don't like cats the same way they like cats. I really think they like cats infinite more than me. Am I gonna drive any other direction than that? Let's see. This is also not a solid floor, so I can put holes in that too. I'm gonna want to send one over to here. But I need to redo this wall because there's an empty space here, which I think I'm gonna put the controls for it. This room. There's so many brushes on this thing right now. Oops. There's 40 of them again. It'd be like an hour to convert them all over to. But hear me out. You gotta do what you gotta do. I'm looking for the library ones at the right height. The performance is going to be hot garbage for a while. Why is it way up there when I'm trying to... Man, I don't even want to upgrade Unreal Engine again because it keeps getting worse every time I upgrade it. And it doesn't actually add new features of any real merit, so I don't care. But hear me out. The number of bugs it adds is incredible. I'm just like, guys, why? Why so many bugs? Seriously. Can we just have a few less bugs? No. Another version of Nanite that also doesn't work? Sweet. Thank you. I'm so excited. Can't you tell? Can't you tell? It might work. I'm making fun of it, even though it could conceivably work, so, you know. For all that I make fun of it, it might actually be fine. Actually, I'm gonna put this door where it's supposed to be, then I'll deal with it. Do I even want a door there? I don't even know if I want a door here. In reality, I want a door right here. So I'm gonna redo this wall. Oh. I forgot how thick this was. Oops. My bad. I need you to be one thick, please. Just one. Oh. I thought I lost the door. I was like, no. Two is fine. This isn't even the same size. I don't think it is on the other doors. Oh well, it just has to match up with this other one here. Get this. So many things to remake. Every time I do this, the game gets way cooler. But it is kind of postponing the early portion of the game. A bunch of the stuff touches the early portion of the game, though, is the problem. I guess it doesn't have to. I do like the idea of things just being all over the place, though. Can I select them? Buddy? Pal? Friend? Friendo? There we go. The longer I do this, the worse that gets on this level. I'm half tempted to grab everything and move it to another level, but that won't keep the data layers. I could probably duplicate it. It'd probably keep the data layers. That's true. I require this number. And then I do not require this wall. Actually, I'll just do it this way. So I know 21 is right here, so I can just grab it and move it. I actually might want to slightly move this one over to the side anyway. If memory serves, they didn't really match very well. I could probably move it slightly over. A little more accurate. Technically, that one's not perfectly accurate either, but that's fine, whatever. I don't dislike it enough to redo yet another wall. I don't want both, I just want the negative. Undo. Doesn't even matter if it cuts into the floor because I don't plan on including it in the floor when I merge it, so it won't make much difference. Now I'll have to move this water back here. Yeah, but the plan was to have like the controls farther back here and then run the steam up through here into that to power it all because, you know, it's steampunk, right? Steam's got to go somewhere. I guess I got to do a separate little section here for the wall, or I can just cut a hole in the wall. Or I could ram this over too. I might just redo this wall here. .5 was the right height, approximately. I'm fine with it sticking into the ground and the ceiling a bit. That's not a problem at all. In fact, it's almost desired. I just gotta redo that there. Unless I wish to have two separate walls. Two separate walls means I won't have to redo them again if for some reason I want to make changes to that wall. So it might not be a bad decision because that section's way more up in the air than this section is. Because this will be like chapter 3, so. But in chapter 1 you do visit this area, it's just you can't leave it. You have to go through the paintings to get to other areas. You can't just go to the rest of chapter 3, so. Well, that might be a good idea. Just limit it a bit. Oh, it's already on it. It is kind of getting to the point where they're getting really slow to do, though, because I have so many of them on the map. So that's a notable thing. It doesn't quite hit the wall. Not all these are even walls. Some of them were just, oh, none of them were geobrushes. Some of them were just crap. But I just stretched real fast to get an idea. Literally in the wall there. It's in the walls. It's in the walls. Sometimes it is in fact in the walls. Okay, I just want to move a little bit. Not a lot. Apparently I'm moving it a bunch. It's hard to tell. pretty close. A little bit inside the wall is perfectly fine. You're just a pool wall thing, so you're not even a ghetto wall. No, these are all just literally crap. I don't want to redo them right now though, because if I redo them right now, it's going to turn into this big problem of me having to deal with even more geo brushes, which are already painfully slow. You know? Like, I'm pretty good with not slow right now. They also don't really have to be redone. It's really hard to see any kind of stretching of this metal in particular. And especially when it's in the dark. Like, if this were a daytime game, it'd be a lot more noticeable, but because it's in the dark, you really just can't see half this crap. Any messages I need to know about? Not really. Unfortunate. I always love people to chat with. I can just dupe this one. I don't really want to have to make that tiny little difference in that wall there, so I'm probably not gonna push that all the way through. I'll just leave it like that. That'll fix that wall there. Then all of his Potman controls can be over there. And there's you. Hell. See, I thought it moved it over, and then it just like it looked like it didn't move, and I was like, but why? Not all the way through. This wall's not even all the way out. Where it should be. Guess they didn't match up that well previously. If I move this all the way over, this could be a big room with engine stuff. That's an interesting idea there, because if I move this over like that and turn this into like a giant engine room or like a giant control room, Then I easily can run pipes throughout the whole building. Just through this room here. Might do that actually. Because then it would make sense if all the pipes could run up into all these things like that, and then, you know, power things. There's not that many things to power up here, but, you know, there could be. I have all my control rooms in an odd place, though, because the little power center is down here. I guess it's not that odd, because from here I can easily power all these. I can get to this room here, and I can easily run power into these rooms over here by just simply running a pipe through these areas here, or even above here. Underwater here or something like that into these rooms here. Essentially providing steam power to everywhere. It's not a bad idea. And this is why I say everything is pretty much up in the air, because until I have some good idea, a lot of things are just some concept that might not even make it to the game. I just kind of build something that's like, yeah, that'll work for now, and then doesn't mean I won't have to make another wall. I probably will, but it does give me a way to have additional steam things there. I might still want to break this room up. Probably do. Okay, well that's a strong argument for why I can't do that. It's a window. So unless I'm going to move this entire wall over, which I don't think I want to. But having room for power is pretty good. The little small hallway thing was probably not doing it. But the farthest over this could be would be like, you know, it always seems like the windows are a little bit off for some reason. Things just don't fit very well in this game. Probably because I didn't really measure things out, I just kind of made things. Hindsight, right? It is awkward that there's no other entrance over to this area, but I mean there's water here, so you can't do that. And this washroom here I guess doesn't have to exist. Yeah, staff washroom, it does not have to exist. And then that would give you an extra entrance in through this wall towards, it's like that portal room back here. But this will give you an entrance here that would then let you get up to the second floor, which would be pretty sensible, right? Like if the staff entrance to the building is over here. I might be remaking this wall anyway. That would make a lot more sense. It just gets rid of the staff washroom idea. I like the portal room idea. Not that there's any additional gameplay besides a portal to jump through. There doesn't have to be a portal. I can just as easily create an entrance to, like, you know, the last area of the game somewhere else. Like a secret door. Because I have a secret door set up now. I just like the portals. That's my explanation. You need a reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. If I move this wall over, I have to redo a whole bunch of room infos. I don't think I want to do that. The other option was just to leave it as it was and just remake the one wall. And then I have no use for this room yet. And this just becomes the power station, but I kind of want to run power through all these. Again, being able to get through these would be a lot better. I mean, I can also just, you know, migrate it back over here and then just make this tiny little wall difference and just eliminate the door here, and it can just be one giant room with a little thing on the side, I guess. It's not a terrible plan. So you'd have to do that here and then just... So if I guess I could just eliminate this wall here, make a tiny little wall. I mean, having every room be perfectly square is kind of boring. I want this to be more like the Winchester Mystery House as far as how it's built. Kind of feels like the Winchester Mystery House. It's making more sense now. It is. Just saying. As you start to realize where the power is going and everything, it makes a lot more sense where stuff actually should be. I think I'm just going to fill in the blank here. I'm going to remake this one wall here, and I'm going to leave it as it is for now, and then revisit it in the future, because I may wish to change it, but... Well, or do I just stick with the tiny wall? No, let me do this differently. I'm gonna make this small missing wall bit. And then if I decide to delete the other thing, I'll have a perfect little wall bit here and everything like that. And if I decide to remake the whole thing, fine. But I want to run pipes through like everything, so I don't really think I'm going to want to do it that way. I think I'm going to want to just fill in the tiny little blank here. I mean, I have a name for this anyway, so it could just be the engineering thing. I've learned that it's better to subdivide rooms as much as I can, so you have more places to wander. This game may not need to be anywhere near as big as it actually is. Like, by the time I'm done with making you wander through all these bizarre areas and everything, and you backtracking through rooms and stuff, I mean, this game's to take forever. I don't think people are going to be upset that there's more game, you know? Let's wait for it to select those. It takes forever. If they are upset there's more game, that means the game wasn't very good. Finally select them all, buddy? Pal, friend. I found you could actually like pan this stuff too, right? Like you could move stuff up and down so that it matched a little better if you want to. Not that this particularly matches well, but you can also move over to the side too so they match a little better as well. But clearly this is the wrong height. This matches right here pretty well, kind of, but some of these really match poorly. So far I really haven't worried that much about it. Actually, I wrote it down. I think it's supposed to be like right about there. Roughly. It's not perfect, but I think I'm probably just going to get rid of this wall anyway. It could be like engineering or something like that, in which case I would just change the power thing down there to something different. And then you'd be able to walk down here really easily, well, when I put the thing back down there, to get to the basement and then get into this area if you need to get to the power thing, which would make a lot of sense, right? Potentially then I might not make this just the thing here, I might make the whole room a giant power thing. I don't know. Yeah, I think I want this gone. Not that one, this one. This doesn't make any sense why it's even there. Also now I can match this a little better. Very difficult to pull this off here. That's close enough. Now this makes sense for this being above like that. I'll be able to run power thingies out of these or whatever from wherever. Like I say, I might just get rid of this door. My original plan was just to make a machine room that this was in. But if I don't have it as a separate room and instead just have it in it right here, like how much of a machine am I doing? Obviously I'm not gonna keep the table and like that, just this is an idea. Because I got one of these and move it through here. Where does that put it? I mean, obviously I can't have it out here. Oh, actually I can, technically, but I don't think I'd want it directly by the door anyway. Where's this at, out of curiosity? Push all the way over, see about where we're at. No, that ain't happening. Okay, well I don't want that, so it can't be go that way. I mean, in theory, I could pop one up from here. And that would go into the thing. Well, I guess that's incorrect. I could power the Miss Popman machine by putting it in this general area. That's true. It'd have to be like right here. Is that even under the machine? No, it can't possibly be. Yeah, we're not even close. So I think what really is I'm gonna take it from here and I'm gonna ram it into the side, like some kind of control mechanism over here. I do kind of want control panel or something like that, like almost like giant buttons and everything. They don't actually do anything for the player, obviously, you know, because the player's gonna run around inside it. So, but just to keep the giant arcade idea alive, because it's just adorable, I'd probably want to have like, well, the power has to come from over one of these directions, so let's establish where power comes from. Like it's a simulation game here. With the assumption that people still do have to walk through the room, right? Like, so I can't just run it under the ground there. It has to come from above, right? Or be beyond this, but there's nowhere beyond this to go because it's a hallway. So the farthest over could be with that, so I guess I'd have to run it up and then like a power thing. So it'd be like up and then maybe over the door and out into the room and then probably up along this and then down into some kind of power system here, and then I have the controls over here, I guess. That makes sense. Now the argument is, does it come from this one room or not? Like, are we only going to come from this room? Do I just run pipes and pipes up from here? That's actually almost directly into this room. That's interesting. Where are these at? You. I have to do so much optimization after this where I have to go through and H load everything and turn all these splines into static meshes and, you know, the whole 9 yards. It's going to take forever. Vertical four-way. I guess I probably want these to have a lot of directions where they're sending out steam or something. It is steampunk. Presumably steam got to be sent somewhere. From something.
Hello there.
Hey Lepus, how's it going? You made it. Doing good? Nice, nice. You up to exciting things? I think I actually want to rotate this so it has the potential to go up. Doing okay for me usually. You know, never amazing, but meh. Back to work. That's weird. Who works? I'm like a retired game dev or something. I'm not really retired. I just have enough health problems that it feels like I'm retired sometimes. I can't send it up right here. Well, at least, well, actually, didn't you have that new job? I thought you were doing one of those. In which case, how's that going? It was like a upgrade to senior contract killer instead of just regular contract killer or whatever it was. Oh, okay. Pesky paperwork, ruining everything. Jeez. I'm building a central engine room here and running steam up through things to everywhere where there would be power. I can actually just bend this pipe too instead of just doing directly over there. I kind of like having the pipes like this because it makes more sense. You know? Hear me out, but it makes more sense than them being bent. Yep. Pipe's going down, yo. Going down. Yeah, I really like the idea of just being able to wander around inside of places in this. I'll probably want some kind of pipe supports too. Technically, this can also send the stuff back down too if need be, though that's kind of weird. You'd presumably want steam to go up. So basically, this would be like the steam room. I'll put a steam logo on there. With my basement entrance being here where they'll be able to get to the power room here. which is probably going to just be made in this one giant room. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Oh, rock. Boop. See, at first, I couldn't think of a good way for flying to be relevant. But, you know where flying would be relevant? Inside of these pipes, because there's no way to go up otherwise. Just saying. Just saying. So you'll be able to fly up through the pipes to get to places. And probably unlock some sort of crazy thing or something. I don't know. I mean, because you'll still be able to fly around, but the thing is flying's kind of overpowered. And it kind of trivializes content. Like, it makes it not that fun. Well, I guess I could have you use the Hanged Man, which is the little thing that lassos you onto stuff. That's going to take some work to make that feel like a good gameplay mechanic. Flying looks cool, but flying's also, like, not that fun. Like, it's okay, but it's really not a very fun thing. You'd think it'd be way more fun than it actually is, and it's just not. I should have made one of these that seals off and everything. I didn't do that. I have to add little seals onto them myself. So I want to get one over here, and do I want to go up? I mean, I could. I still have a pipe to figure out over here that I don't know where it's going. But this is supposedly a water source pipe. Comes from the water area. I figured pulling water up to the place to be good because it, you know, that's how the system works. It pulls water in steam places. And here I am thinking like an engineer to build it. Never mind the fact that this massive weight of water would cause some severe problems. I started adding more metal things because it made less sense for stuff to be made out of bricks, because there's no way bricks would keep water in. Not for long. So more metal got used. That's why I started putting metal walls on all these things. Like fake walls here too. Actually, I think the entire central section of this building is metal. There is an argument for like the bottom portion being metal to help support this. Like the topper part could actually be brick, but this lower portion should probably be metal. If you want to get technical, brick ain't supporting this. So, you know, just thinking about it, it's like, yeah, water would know. Or there's not the water going more down and everything like that, but it's like more and more things. I'm like adding in more supports in places to make it seem like it would really be built that way. It's a theme park in a building. People come here and play around. There's certain sections that are staff only. So I'm making those. Like the little control room over here is leading to... I moved the Hall of Records over here, and this is like a staff only area. Same thing with like the pump room. It's not really for like that, or this machinery room down here, or these, there's like... wherever it's at. These rooms are for the staff. I guess it's not loaded right now, but... So there's sort of staff rooms. Like at the end of the playroom, there's a room for the staff known as staff only, which I'm probably going to name something else, but it's just a little thing like that. I might change this to something different, staff only like that, and make the Forbidden Toys room someplace you actually go into, because it just sounds like something like that. I'm probably going to hide Charlotte's room, because there's just a reason why she lives this far up as possible. Like, she doesn't want to be anywhere near the lower portion of the building. She didn't like it. So I'm probably going to put it behind 2 secret passages, which are these things. So if you have the right thing, they just open up automatically. And then there's a bottom section of the building, like an abandoned area. which is not going to load in, but I moved it farther down. I realized that I wanted more space for it. Whereas the basement floor is honestly just going to be a small area here and some stairs down. Like I'm just going to leave the basement area this small area. Like the engine and stuff. So this whole section is probably not going to be anything. Except for a small room going down, but I'm not going to have... I'm debating on if I simply make this a secret door that opens if you have the right stuff, because now that's an option, or if I just stick with the portal idea. Because originally there was like a portal to get through there, and the place had been bricked off so no one could ever go down there. Unless you, I don't know, had a way from the outside. Wink, wink, hint, hint. Like an actual... I don't know, underground exit that leads out into what would be like, you know, likely a sewer system because it's under a city. I mean, obviously I didn't build a sewer system down here because we're not going into the sewers, okay? Like, it's not happening. The curse is on the building, not the sewers. Yeah. Well, you still have to find a way to open the portal too. Yeah. I put clues in places. I mean, I don't spell it out. But, you know, unlocking things like, you know, I put like a bunch of crystal balls that appear next to these like capsules. And like a crystal ball with a number above it to give you an idea that you probably need those kind of thing, you know. Or making tarot cards appear in places to show you things. Like, you know, there'll definitely be secrets. I need to add the rest of the walls in there. I don't have an exterior wall anymore since I moved everything down. That's because I didn't want this to be the exterior wall. I want it to look all dilapidated and messed up. But yeah, there'll be hints. The entire story for how to get the final area and the better ending is literally revealed over, like, you know, there's like 24 different hints. I keep going between the numbers, between like, there's been as many as 32. It'll depend. I might change about, but I would have to hide 32 hints throughout the thing, and that's a lot of space. That's a lot of things to hide. So I'm probably going to cap it at 24 or maybe 21. But just explaining what you need to do. You will still have to figure it out. There is definitely a penultimate fight that helps you decide if you get the good ending or bad ending. I'm basically just taking the same idea that the Bloodstained in Castlevania did, where, you know, like in Bloodstained, in the final fight, though they don't tell you very well, not final fight, but in the fight against the guy you've been after the whole time, you have to, like, in the final phase of it, strike the moon with the Massive Moon. If you don't have that, then you can't even get the good ending. So you have to get this special sword, and then you have to strike the moon when it turns red during the final fight. Well, the final fight of the first portion of the game. Or like in Symphony of the Night, like Richter is being mind controlled, and you can't see the orb controlling him unless you go get some glasses that let you see him, like some magical glasses. So there's a whole side story, side thing you have to do to go get those, and then it unlocks the upside down castle. Yeah, like that. Only mine's much more obnoxious. Well, I don't know if that's true, because you had to go pretty far out of your way for those other things there, so it was not exactly easy. But it's either going to be a portal or a secret door. Take your pick, you know what I mean? Like, I kind of like having some mystical crap in the game too, though. But a secret door is probably more logical than where I have the portal at. That's true. I don't know, it could go either way. The fortune teller room already deals with the crystal balls and collecting them, so it's kind of like having two things there is kind of a bit much. Makes that room really important. Though having the entrance to like having the portal room be like right by the haunted gallery is pretty good, because you could just teleport there, then run here, get the secret entrance open, and run through the portal. Yeah, exactly. It's already actually behind a hidden door. It's just this leads a portal there, as opposed to it just being like right here where I go, okay, well, this bricked off area just opens up and there's a secret way down. But yeah, game design is rough, and I've been rethinking things is like making stuff that actually adding like gameplay to it, like, because a lot of things, like, I can make a really beautiful area but it has no gameplay. Like, there's no real objectives or anything like that. It's just a beautiful looking area, and that's worthless. Like, if you're making an RPG, that's perfectly fine, but a Metroidvania is not about... It's not an RPG. Like, they can have RPG elements. They can also be an RPG. But essentially, they're a platformer where you've gated things away, requiring special abilities. So forcing you to have to backtrack. So a platform where you backtrack and require special abilities to get to each new area. So you have to design your game like that. It's like, okay, well, this is point A, this is point B, and you get there. Now I need to add a whole bunch of extra things, obstacles in the way, and like make the pathway where you have to go like this ridiculous meandering thing where you have to backtrack multiple times, and then add extra areas that are like red herrings that don't lead anywhere. And I'm terrible about the red herring idea. Like, all my rooms have something to do in them. The lighting is currently set up this bright because I'm designing things, and it's hard to see where the walls connect if I don't have it like that, right? So I have it's set really bright. This is actually what it's supposed to look like. But as you can see, it gets hard to tell where some things connect, and it just gets a little weird. So, you know. Like here, I even messed up on connecting these. They're not even like really actually connected. June's probably messing this side too. Yeah. Yeah, whenever I'm designing... well, Ultra Dynamics Guide does do post-processing. I don't believe there's any post-processing on this particular one. This system has it all. So there are post-process options, but I didn't bother, I don't think. Yeah, I don't have an M enabled. Can if I want, though. In case I'm like, yeah, I just really... Actually, I tried that once at one point. It didn't really lead to anything good. Fine, I'll do it. I mostly just gave everything kind of a blue tint. But I don't need post-processing for that. I could just change the lighting itself. Temperature, fog, sky atmosphere. Yeah, I just change these things around so I have other colors. Change anything I want. Yay, I don't want to. Space layer, yeah. For the nebula stuff. I did that on my map. The Aurora thing. But I don't usually change much. Could if I want though. There's so many options, easier to search things. It's like the moonlight color, it's like, oh, now it's red for some reason. That's not even a red, that's actually like an orange. That would look terrible. I wouldn't like it at all. At one point I tried post-processing, doing like, oh, what's that called? Blanking on the name of it. Cell shading. I tried cell shading post-processing, but it doesn't look as good. I had people check it out, and it didn't look bad to me, but everyone voted for liking the regular better, so. Here we are. I'm going to power my giant Miss Pac-Man machine with steam. That's actually Miss Pop-Man, but you know. I have the, I'm putting all the levels inside of their own little, like, data layer. I should have named it DL. I missed the D on there, whatever. So this way I can just swap out which data layer is loaded and change the game. Or change the level. Which I thought was cool. Even though it's not actually a Miss Pac-Man game, but it's got enough to hint, like, to remind you of Miss Pac-Man. Yeah. Yeah, but for designing purposes, it kind of sucks to have to do it in the dark. It's not terrible. Okay, buddy. I just want to move it this way. Hear me out. This way. Yes. I need a little power thing over here, and then I'm gonna have the controls over there, so that's what I'm doing. I'm just gonna run it down into this corner. I'm building a central power room down here. And possibly potentially part of here. And water pulls in from here in order to power it all, and then I'm piping steam up through the building to everything that would possibly need steam. It all started because I have a giant piano you can jump on. And I was like, okay, well, what if it needed, like, you know, power? It's steam plunks. I guess I got to get steam from somewhere. So now I'm running it through the building, creating steam all over the place. I'm still not sure how this is going to connect to the power yet. Well, I mean, it connects into here, and then from this room, it's a power source, and I can easily... Well, I could probably run it through there. Just run it downwards into one of these rooms. This has to come out somewhere else, though. Like, it can't come out right there. It has to come out in a different location. Oh, there's the water problem, too. Is that really where I want to run it through, then? Maybe I want to run a little over. Yeah, it's this one. Oh, I can't move it any farther over. I mean, I can move a tiny fraction, but it wouldn't be very good. God, I don't want to run it through the water. Because I presume I'm going to want people to, like, you know, either use the hanged man or the chariot to get back through the pipes to get up to these areas. In order to get to secret places that they couldn't reach any other way. So, like, late game pipe things. But there's no real way to exclude one of these pipes for where the water is. It's not like real water, it's just a volume. And as soon as you enter this room, it would enable these volumes and you would have problems. That poses an obnoxious problem. That really does mean that every one of these has to pop up in the side of these specific rooms. I didn't think about that, but it has to pop up inside of, like, this central area between things, or off to this side, and it can never pop up to the other. And I can never run it through the water unless it's one of the pipes that's specifically bringing water up, of which there are 4. 2 of which lead to this and this one here. That is, I wanted an explanation for why these geysers were popping water out. And there's actually just things at the bottom of them just pulling water from way down at the bottom and just shooting it back up. I mean, you know, I definitely want you to be able to swim up the pipe and shoot yourself out of the thing, you know, right? Yeah, these things here. There has to be explanations. Things must have reason. I guess they don't have to have reason, but you know, it's kind of cool if they do. Actually, that's really hard to jump through those particular ones there. How to hit Grotto Pump Room 3? That was weird. It says I'm in Hidden Grotto, but then these aren't here. Where did you go? Wrong data layer, I guess. Yeah, then you'd be able to go through these. I need to remove the thing from the center, though. I also need to fix the water, because it's, it'll often do the thing where it removes the water, or removes the ability to swim after giving it to you, because you've crossed over another one. See, I gotta get to this point here where I can get through that. I think I put a thing blocking it. Or I forgot to put a thing there to get through it. I don't know, one of the two. Thankfully flying exists, so I can just fly my way up to anywhere I want. Okay, this one is a hole. Yeah, I think I need to... I put like a central thing so you couldn't fall down these. Now I don't care if you fall down these. Also, I need to make them two-sided because you can't... You can see through the thing. That's terrible. This was never going to be a plan until later. Well, this is never going to be the way it was going to be, and then it just is now. Yeah, I added a block because I didn't want you falling in. However, times have changed. Wait, wait. Well, does Launcher Parent have the block? Is that it? Maybe? Oh! I have little steam launchers. I forgot about these. Oh, yeah. I don't want this giant cylinder here anymore. No. That could be interesting. Does this actually have a true way through it, or is it just fake? I think it's fake, yeah. So maybe instead of the geysers, I actually just used the little steam launchers instead. Like the launcher parent itself. Maybe. Of course, this didn't have any kind of particle on it, did it? And this is water. Man, I want you to be able to swim through it. I could just do a pipe ring and call it square. I'll think about that. Because I do want you to be able to swim up through these. Just for funsies. Basically, I'm creating rewards for having the Emperor. Because I make it so hard to get it, and then there was just like almost no payoff. Like, it gets you into the final room and that was it. That was like the whole payoff of the Emperor, and there was just nothing left after that. That was all he did. That's not fun. Anyway, I need to solve the mystery of where this is going to come up at. I guess I could run it through the ground and then bring it up. That's an idea. Like, I want this where you can see it easily because I want you to see the water go down when you push the button. That is fair. I actually don't need this. I just put a bunch of machinery in here and then kind of left it. And it doesn't need to all be here. I'm just going to delete a bunch of it. It's like a junk room, is what it really is. Oh. Oh, I didn't put that hole in there. Yeah, it's probably better if I do that. I just put a hole in the wall. I'll have to make a hole in the wall, but I don't got to make that right now. The only ones I care about are if the floors have holes in them or not. So I kind of want to figure out every point where it goes through the floor, and then I just can solidify the floors, get rid of like 9 million of these little brushes, and be happy. Not going to work very well. Goes right into a thing. So I guess it can be into this room. I'm trying to use that one then. I start using these ones instead. Obviously the engine will maybe be off. I don't know. I could turn it or on or something and make it hot. But I don't think it's gonna be a working engine. In, you know, as far as gameplay purposes, I think it's just gonna be, you know, an excuse to make you go through a lot of places. Like, I don't know what kind of gameplay value there'll be in turning the thing on. I'm sure I could contrive something if I really cared that much. And that might happen, because there's a lot of game left to build. It's also currently kind of a buggy mess, so, you know. I'd stop adding so many new systems. Some of the systems really solved the problem. Like, because the game was just missing things. Like, it was missing a progression system for the longest time. Now it has one, but I gotta balance that. It's possible I have less unique combat abilities and just more unique traversal abilities too. Like, maybe I don't need to have 30 or 40 unique combat abilities. I was originally gonna have like 60 abilities for the tarots. I don't know if I'm gonna do 60 or not at this point. It's not hard to make them, it's just hard to find a place to use them. Like, it's cool if I make an ability, but if you don't get to use it anywhere, does it matter that I made that ability? And there's only gonna be like, I assume there'll be somewhere around between 80 and 90 rooms. Of all varying sizes, but I mean, with only 80 to 90 rooms, if you have 60 unique abilities, you're not going to get to use any of those abilities very often. I mean, some are generic and useful all the time, but other ones it's like, cool, great, but you run into the Emperor problem where it's like, oh, you got the Emperor, okay, that does one thing. I'm so sure you're super glad to have spent all that time getting this super useful ability that you're going to use once. That doesn't feel good. Nobody likes that. And that wall is in a terrible location. Things down here aren't very set in stone though, so I mean, I could move this wall if I want to. This bathroom does not have to be big. I can just remove an extra stall. And I could push this wall over. Or I can move this wall over this way and make it larger. I can't move very far though because it's the exit on the building and I don't want to remake an entire, you know, floor of the building. It wouldn't take that incredibly long, I guess, but I'm going to go with whatever is the least amount of remaking necessary. So yeah, you want to get power up into these various rooms here. I can't put this on that side because of the door, which is very inconvenient. I could put it over here, I guess. By the door and then up. Not really. It still always has to go over the door and into this room. At least water would be easy to get from there because the restroom here is right below a section that pulls water. That's going to be hard to explain some of these things. I'm not even sure where the washroom up here is. It's going to be interesting running all these pipes places because I want the player to really have to, you know, I want the building to feel like it's a real building in how it operates, but like, you know, it's still a theme park, but it'd be like Disneyland, you know, like there are all sorts of crazy machinery in Disneyland that makes it operate. And if you saw it all, you'd probably be like, what the hell? Same thing here. There's like 3 different control rooms here. Actually, 4. So that's a lot of... Like, this floor could easily be the one that just sends everything everywhere. Except for things that are at the same level as that other one. Like, this is on floor 2. Floor 1... Oh, I still have to make this wall. Let's put a jank wall to replace it. I gotta turn some of these things into actual static meshes soon. They're getting real heavy because I have so many of them now. Do I like where those are at? Also, to be fair, I have a lot of data layers loaded. I'm trying to figure out where everything's at. Well, I guess I have less than I thought. I have like all of chapter 2 loaded basically. That's a lot. Whatever. If it explodes, it explodes. Say it really. Oh yeah, it has to exit there. Because it exits along one of the roads. I was trying to remember why I had it there. That would be why. Boop. Oh. Finally got it? Can I finally use the thing again? Cool. I am tempted to just redo the map because it's like over time, the more geo brushes you have in it, it's almost like it has some sort of memory for it. Because as soon as I, you know, export this to a new game and have the same level and put my geo brush on it, it doesn't matter anymore. But these old versions of the game seem to have this issue. This is why I had it bright, because it's hard to see where the walls connect. Oh. That's right. The GeoBrush error. It's almost like I'm new here. Like I said, I don't even want to upgrade Unreal Engine anymore because every time I do, they just add more bugs. And very rarely is there a feature that I actually want. I guess I didn't check to see if this was also. That sucks. Like the next one adds an AI that doesn't work. Like, apparently it sucks at blueprints. I'm like going, thanks? And then voxel nanite, but I mean, nanite was a broken mess, so I don't think the voxel version is going to be necessarily better, but maybe. Epic really just likes to have headlines. They don't like to finish anything, you understand, so a lot of the stuff never really works, but it always sounds good in press releases. So for the best things that Unreal 5 actually brought to the market were the ability to retarget in real time. Like the retargeter is very good. So that's very nice. And megalights. Everything else in Unreal 5 hasn't really been good at all. This is like it hasn't added anything. I can't think of a single thing that is in Unreal 5 that's so awesome. I guess, well, I don't use Lumen because Lumen makes really ugly lighting and isn't very good at... It doesn't handle lights well. With Megalights' help, it can do it, but it likes emissive materials. And just makes everything look really foggy if it's nighttime. Neat. It's pretty questionable. Not a fan. Let's see. So it's like it's in City Great Board Wall, I guess. If I have an idea what it is. Get rid of a couple of these geo brushes. There sure is a lot of them. You're not sticking to the ceiling, are you? Before I get past the undo phase. It's taller than I like it, but it doesn't really matter because it's not actually through anything, so it doesn't make a difference. I'm sure I'll have to redo some of these walls later. I always have to anyway, so I don't really care that much. Goodness knows I've redone so many. I'm probably fine with this wall too. I don't think I'm going to run piping through it. Is there a reason to run piping? I mean, I guess there is pipes above here and steam and everything. If I want to run a pipe through here. I'm going to have to rethink my entire pipe setup. Like, maybe. I got sidetracked from that too. I'm sure I want to use this one, but for purposes of just placing it somewhere. I can't run it up from there. There's all water above this, so it literally is just a down from here. I mean, I could, but it would just, it won't play right, so we can't do that. Like I say, I'll put a power thing here and some kind of control thing at some point. Not right now. I don't care about that right now. Just running the pipes where they need to go. I could put a moon door here. When do I want you to enter these pipes? Because you'll have the Emperor and you'll be able to swim your way up through the water pipes. But you will not be able to swim your way up through these pipes. But you get the moon one midway through chapter 2. But obviously you won't be here until near the end of chapter 3 automatically. Oh, damn, Hill Vector, thanks for the sub. How's it going? Yeah, add you to the update the credits here. Makes you like the longest sub. Well, I guess he bought a bunch of subs, but yep. For those who don't know, anyone who ever subs on or donates money on YouTube, Kick, or Twitch, I just add them to the credits as my supporters. You can actually get your name in there multiple times for every category if you really want. You could do Twitch, you could do monthly things, you could do bits, you could do the YouTube pay money, then the YouTube members, and then you can be a Kick supporter. You can actually get your name in there 5 times. It's a lot of effort, but you could do it. Did you have a message? No. Oh, I see. I'm running power everywhere. So, power being Steam, of course. Going okay. Feeling a bit better lately, so that's helped. For certain. And, just kind of enjoying the old game dev. After I took like a bunch of time off. Health problems, man. Just don't have them. It's better that way. I'm gamifying everything now. I'm building a giant engine room down here that's gonna potentially be what powers everything, and then running water into it because it's a steam engine, I haven't built the engine. I just put a bunch of things here to remind myself that I need to put something there. And I built like, a system underneath this room so you can break this grate and go down into it. And that's under the hidden grotto. And I have a whole area between here now. For this area here. And secret ways out in here. I'm making you go inside of machines more because I think it's cooler. So there's lots more going through pipes to get to places. So there's a lot more logic behind how things are built that just didn't exist before. Just more fun. Also, so I could have this giant thing here. I have so many things loaded up that it takes forever to load. I need to remove a bunch of the data layers. You gonna load everything there, buddy? Yep. I wanted you to be able to jump on it. I might shrink it a little. I also probably move those down. I have a ghetto puzzle for it. I just gave it 5 keys you have to hit. And then opens the secret passage. I need to move that there. I'm going to move this button there. And then with the button hit, I put temperance in here. So I'm going to hide clues places. I kept talking about it forever, but I couldn't get the buttons. They were the keys were too small for Poppet to jump on. Now I think they're slightly too big. Though I don't know, the black keys are like, I could make them a little smaller, but they have to be comfortable to jump on because it sucks to have to redo it all. I mean, every 5 keys it resets. But yeah, I wanted to be able to go inside these things so that you could like seem to be powering it, and then you'd go in here, and I wanted a way to go down. I haven't put a hole in the floor yet to get down yet, but like I might have steam only going through one side too, so you have to go out that way, maybe. I have so much stuff laid out. I actually swapped a couple rooms too, because it didn't make sense how they were set up. Where are you at? Yeah, the waiting room got swapped with Hall of Records. So they're gonna need a bunch of reworks. This is where you're gonna encounter Charlotte again. So you still encounter her in the same location. I just wanted to make it where it made sense. Like, I'm making the building make sense is what's happening. A bunch of things about it making sense. So it used to be that for some bizarre reason, you go from the library through the Hall of Records to a playroom. Why would you send the public through your Hall of Records where you have all these things written out? What would be the point of this? Like, but you have all your paperwork and you just let the public go into it. But a waiting room, you see, that makes sense because you got like a weird little chapel here in case people want to have like a little marriage ceremony or something. You got like a playroom for kids to keep them busy. You got this library thing here because, you know, maybe you just want to read. You got a music room over there. These all make sense. And then, you know, the control room over here is not where you want people to go. You used to have a waiting room behind it. It's like, but why? But a Hall of Records behind the waiting room, sorry, behind the control room is totally fine because it's just the staff area. But some of these make way more sense than they did. Also, I'm just gonna select all these and then unload them because it's getting ridiculous how many things are loaded. Poor computer's like, but why? The whole point is to not load everything. Over the course of the, I don't know if you saw when I, any point since I've been back, because I took like practically like almost 2 months off in a way. Pretty close. But if so, I changed the painting world out to be like a haunted gallery. Though I like the painting world map, one, I was struggling to fill it with something, but two, it kind of overshadowed the game. Like, why is this here? What is this giant painting world? Like this liminal space? What is this? Like, I mean, you're supposed to be inside this haunted building dealing with a ghost girl, and instead you go there because what? Couldn't justify it with a story thing, and I also couldn't figure out what to fill it with, so that kind of didn't help. So now you drop off in here, and when you rescue NPCs, they just live in little buildings here. These aren't going to be the buildings they necessarily use. I just put them here to remind myself. Yeah, all the paintings are here, and I have everything set up so you can go all over the game. And at some point, you'll have the pleasure of, you know, finally finding it. You'll wander through all the building like that, and you'll eventually locate the room through the actual door. Which I think will be a fun moment, you know, because you've been to the room over and over and over, and then you finally find the door to it. Somewhere in chapter 3. Which I thought was cool. Yes. Oh. Also, this is because people kept asking to play around in the city. I don't know if there's a nav mesh down. I think I need to put a nav mesh down. Oops. Put nav mesh down. Yeah, I came up with layouts for chapter 3 and 4 that put a lot of concepts there, and they're not really game ready or anything, but figured out how the whole building would be laid out. Mostly, I mean, things are going to get changed. Obviously, I just added an engine room and things like that, so a bunch of things are getting changed already, but I'm going to do that music. First day back, just a quick minute before work. I've seen these levels before. Good take time off, you worked too hard. Feeling better? I'm feeling better somewhat, yeah. I was like having trouble walking because I have just unknown health problems and they make my life suck. And being bent over a computer does not help. So I've been trying to limit my streaming hours to, you know, not the 8 to 12 hours I was doing a day. But yeah. I decided I'd have a miniature version of the City TV to fight in, and I made destroyable cars for fun. So you get to play around in the city. But yeah, I figure my streaming will be a little more erratic for a bit. Not super erratic. I mean, I've been doing it more often, just gotta work on the game, and I have been feeling better. But I'm probably gonna cap streams at a mere 6 hours. I guess that doesn't have collision for a while. And see how it goes from there. Any more than that? I also need to remember to stand up more. I don't do that very often. I've also been walking like 10,000 steps a day and doing other exercises to try to, you know, counteract sitting too much. The older you get, the more you just can't sit all the time. I'm going to say it. You really just can't. You think you can, but you can't. Trust me, it's not a good idea. You don't want to do that. I got wanted this one too. I did not think about where making this building illogical. But yeah, overall, it's I think things are on the up and up. I really do think a lot of it's just sitting for too much, because, you know, I was doing like 8, 10, 12-hour streams, and I do my regular job too, and that also involves sitting a lot, and it's just, it's a lot, man. Yeah, I appreciate that. It's definitely not worth my health. That is true. Much as I love streaming, I love talking to you guys and everything. I don't think I'm a very nice person when I feel like crap. To be fair, I'm probably just like, so much less happy. So it'll probably be, I don't know, probably no more than like 24 hours a week streaming, maybe a little more. It'll depend on how I feel. Like, it's just purely depends on how I feel. Oh, I added in secret doors if you have the right items to unlock them. Also, my dev outfit. She steals outfits from other characters. Don't worry about it. No, giant portal. Yay, portal! Oh, I didn't move the portal where it's at. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, whatever. I don't care about that right now. But yeah, there's secret entrances everywhere. This is fun. Yeah, like I said, we'll see how it goes. We'll probably, I don't know, I'll probably stream earlier in the day too. I haven't been up as late lately. I don't know. Oh yeah, there's so much stuff. This is Miss Pop, man. Because, you know, Miss Pac-Man's a thing and I thought it was funny, so. And it's a giant Miss Pac-Man machine. Well, it's got the layout of Miss Pac-Man. I haven't actually added the gameplay to it yet, other than the objective works. There are no lights in here, though. Yeah, you run around and light up the floor. If you light up the entire floor, then you win for the thing. Instead of collecting the little pellets, you can set back on them. It doesn't actually turn them off. I'm not going to click them all. There's something like 250 of them or something like that when I mathed it out. I don't remember. But just to give you an idea of the layout like that. I don't know how well it'll play. It'll be interesting to see because Miss Pac-Man was historically top-down, but I might not have 4 ghosts chase after you. The little portals are on either side, so you can jump to either side. Play a little ghost house for him. I colored it different so you know you were near the ghost house. So that's a thing. I'm probably gonna put like a little train in here, like more like this size, just because can't really fit a big train. So we'll see how that goes. Gonna build a toy alley in here. Put another one of the restrooms in here. I'm gonna put a restaurant in here. I just copied the broken compass down here, but yeah. I'm gonna have some chest thing going on. Man, I am so uncertain on the chess idea. Like, I have plenty of enemies for it, but what I don't have is assets that would really make a world for it. And I've been racking my brain to figure out what would make a world for chess and make it work, and I just don't have a good idea yet. It's really that simple. I just don't got a good idea. So I can make a couple rooms, sure, but there's like a cap on how many rooms I could actually make. Oops. Wait a minute. I can make a couple rooms for it, but it's just beyond that. But I mean, there would be like something like 6 different types of enemies if I did all the chess pieces right now. It's like king, queen, bishop, knight, rook, and a pawn. Yeah, so 6. And 6 enemies for 1 to 2 rooms is kind of nuts. Like, what? Let's figure something else out for that. I was gonna do a lot more Toy City area instead, because that's, I think, a lot more fun and fitting for the thing. But I don't have a lot of enemies for the toy area, unless the chess pieces live in the Toy City, which I guess is possible. You kind of want to theme it as some giant chess set, though, I would have thought. Well, maybe not. I'll think about that. I mean, that's chapter 3. I'm still working on chapter 2 and doing chapter 1 as well. I should probably take a quick bio break. Speaking of needing to remember to take breaks. Yeah, I'm gonna go take a quick bio break real fast. I'm supposed to take one every couple hours just so I get up and move around, because health problems get worse if I don't do that. So I'll be right back. You can all stare at the sky or something. Stare at the moon. Everyone loves the moon. our turn. What I miss here? Let's see. Okay. Just people talking amongst themselves. That is fine. I suppose you're allowed to do that. No, no, you must sit in your box silently and watch. To be fair, that would probably be fine with like 90% of viewers. Where they're just like, I mean, I get to sit safely in my box and never have to talk to anyone? Don't threaten me with a good time. I understand. I understand all too well. God, so many new things that need to be fixed for the demo area. It's terrible. And some rooms really just sucked. I'm gonna go ahead and say some rooms just sucked. They're terrible. Some made no sense. Other ones just were blasé. Like, cool, great. I want every room to actually be exciting. Yes, in the box. Safety. Away from the peoples. I pretty much just go from box to box. I haven't really had to leave the house much for the last couple months. I barely ever go outside usually. It doesn't help it's been raining. Like, I like to walk around the neighborhood when it's, well, one, when I'm not having walking issues, and two, when it's not raining. I don't like the rain one bit. I swear I'm part cat. It starts raining and I go, wow, it looks terrible out there. It's a good thing I don't have to go out in it. And I just don't go out. Just don't want to. Outside is scary. I was gonna resolve a water problem. I need to make a list of all the things I'm working on at this point because I keep bouncing around all of these things I see like on my to-do list. I had it broken up by chapter, but now I think my to-do list should just be in everything. Like a giant to-do list instead. I have my scratch board, that's kind of like a to-do list. I'll make a working on list. Put it off to the side real quick here and as I think about what I'm doing. But one of the problems here is these on the little kill zones, they trigger their non-overlap thing all the time before the end overlap before the overlap whenever you hit the next one. My god, there's like micro text going on there with all their with the double replies. Like, I looked over here and look at how much smaller this was. I just saw this because it keeps that because of the social stream, the way it does it. I was like, the game dev community is great. Well, most of it. Some of it's not great, but on the average, they're pretty good. I've definitely encountered a few people who are like, wow, that's a thing you're doing there, bucko. Not very many though. It's very few. Oh. This has to have one additional thing I forgot about. I used to like this track better, but now that because I used it as the background music for the trailer, I've heard it like over 100 times. Yeah, I don't dislike the music, but man, I did a lot. Oh, I want to go and spill water. So I was gonna switch from all to having an array that they're in, and as long as the array is full, then it deals with the emperor, and if it's not full, then it turns the emperor off, or you just die if you don't have the emperor. But I got tired of the other thing. Actually, just tarot the emperor. I don't need a message. Looks like a water actor array. Don't want to keep track of different liquids, so. Hmm. I'll have to add and remove from array. That's fair. I had so much trouble connecting that, but it did. All I need for this. I might move the logic for the player dying over here too. Well, actually, I already have something similar. Except it doesn't work right. Doesn't work right at all. I'll probably just remove it. Imagine how easy the next game I make will be, where I'll be able to recycle so many different, you know, systems. I also have to make content, which content takes most of the time, but the game will start like 30–40% done. Assuming that it plays the same way. If it doesn't play the same way, Basically, Poppet Quest 2 would start out with a bunch of things already made if I made a Poppet Quest 2. That, of course, implies Poppet Quest 1 did really well, but, you know, whatever, maybe. Still hoping. But not so well that I end up laying on a beach somewhere, because if it does that well, I'm not sure the second game ever happens. So I'll be like too busy laying on the beach going, yeah, buddy. Game dev is wonderful. Could happen. Oh yeah, for anyone who isn't currently listing their game on X right now, you know, because Wishlist Wednesday, yo. Every new Wishlist Wednesday, list your game. I check periodically throughout the day because, like, there's another overage gaming thing. I'm just showing people how you can get lots of views. Not for me. No. I already did this one too. Got 2 more notifications, 2 more things like that. So the current analytics for those people who are curious. So 364 so far, plus 1 follow. Guess it was 1,000. So whenever it decided to switch over, I don't actually know what hour it switches over, which time zone we're talking, but I'll probably have, you know, 800 to 1,000 views on X by simply reposting the same crap. Car Game 3 wishlist today. Hell yeah, thank you to everyone who wishlisted. That's right, new follower. Yeah, I usually get like, you know, 1 to 4 a day. Just recycling the same trailer over and over and over. So, it's not bad. Could be worse. Just saying, it could be worse. But yeah, it's doing pretty good. Oh, well, thanks for the follow. Thank you, thank you. I don't want to look over the chat to say it, and look at the camera to say it, but yes, yes, thank you. Yes. Gotta find these Emperor checks and place them. Oh. Wait. I just do this. Yeah, things are going well. I think that a lot of it just comes down to player character. There's so many people out there that it's just really hard to get your stuff seen, and you really just got to keep on posting it over and over and over and over and hope that someone sees it. Otherwise, well, ain't no one gonna see it, and you're going to be sad. Because usually every couple days I get some other person who's super excited by the project because they've just never seen it, even though I've been posting it over and over and over for like a month and a half now. Can I still swim? Good, I can still swim. Basically, it was every other one you would hit and you wouldn't be able to swim, right? I just hit this one here, and can I still... Nope. Didn't add itself. It looks so weird. Boom, boom. Which takes the Emperor, that's fine. It's just mm. Well, clearly activates the Emperor. Does it? I don't know if it even did. Oh, that picture. I have that one. Let's see if we're reaching this point. Should be. Should have made it blue anyway, just, you know, because it's water, but I didn't. Get an idea of what we're dealing with here. Where's this track? Buccaneers. Kind of like it. It's a weird thing. Have you seen my DM on X? Likes. But you DM'd me? I don't see a DM from you. Everyone who DMs me always wants me to buy their services. Oh yeah, here you go. There's one for you. The message requests. I didn't even know there was a message request. Why doesn't it just send a message? Okay. Yeah, accepted. That's weird. I didn't know that was a thing. Okay. Yeah, it's a request. I see it now. Oh, I can like your post if you want. Like I said, I don't think post likes make a big difference. Like, you can like your post or not. You want lots of people to like your stuff. But usually, like I say, replying back to the people who request so they can basically amplify your stuff is really what gets you there. Otherwise, it's like, I mean, I'll like your pinned comment here, and you know, like your post from 3 hours ago, and like your post from December. But like I say, I just do what I was doing, and trust me when I say it'll make the biggest difference. You know, I was like a few reposts here, pre-alpha, yeah, sure. Yeah, like, you really just want to reply to all the people who are saying, hey, showcase your game. Because if you do that, lots of them will repost your stuff, and they have far greater reach than you do. And sometimes you get picked up with someone who's got, like, you know, many thousands of followers, and, like, you know, I mean, don't get me wrong, you're not going to probably find someone with a disgusting number of viewers, but you're going to I'm not discussing your followers. You're gonna get some pretty good ones in there. Oh, I can also follow you too. But now people say that they're shadow banned. Like, there's actually ways you can check for being shadow banned, but for the most part, it's not that you're shadow banned. It's just you're not taking advantage of the fact that there's people out there with higher reach than you. Like, that's actually how you get noticed on X, and people will even saying it for like the various, meme things like that. You're supposed to respond to the people who already have a huge amount of traffic with, whatever post you want people to see, and that'll get you followers. Oh, sure thing. Yeah. So that's the advice, really. Just go to, reply to all the accounts with all the followers. Just keep doing it. If I post by myself, I only get like a handful of likes at best. I'll be happy to break like 1,000 views. 100 views if I post just by myself. My singular posts will just get lost in the abyss. And if I drop down here, I think I'm falling out of water at one point. How did it not add? This is a timing error. I'm gonna keep a screenshot of that. I try to solve the mystery here. Kind of important at some point. Not necessarily right now, but handy to know this. I don't need this anymore. Yeah, advertising is hard. It's very hard. It's easily as time consuming as making a game itself. It's ridiculous how hard it is to get your thing noticed out there without kind of following. I mean, I've had almost 300 streams or something like that, just as like an advertising method. So that's a lot of hours put into, I mean, I was building the game anyway, but still, that's like advertising hours essentially. And it's not like I'm some big streamer either, so, a lot of those hours didn't lead to a whole lot, but, other than me having fun doing it, there's that. And meeting some cool people, but it didn't make my game successful, I think is really what I am saying. It's just like, oh, well, that's cool, but your game is not there yet, fucko. Alright, so 1, 2 happened just fine. 1, 2, 1, 2, sure, everyone was a hit. And then 1. Followed by a water 0, so... Bounds, good to see you guys. Keep listening to soon. Happy hours stream. Well, thanks again for subbing on Vector. Keeping up the streak there. Enjoy the rest of your day. I probably won't be streaming too much long enough for you to actually get back and have me still streaming, but you never know, I suppose. Probably not, though. I'm trying to cut down on my streaming to be a little less. But, yeah. And we'll be hanging out for probably another hour and a half, I think. What time is it? Hour and 13 minutes. Also, thanks for the follow, Nibble the Viking Rat. How's it going? Just in time to see my code be broken over and over for some reason. Remove item seems to be removing every water, I think, is what's happening. Yeah, long day ahead. Definitely finish if I get back. Good job again. Yeah, definitely. Good luck with your day. Hopefully it's less long than you think it is, and I will try to stream more often again. I get a lot more done. I don't get as much done if I'm not streaming. I got a fair amount done, but I don't get as much done if I'm not streaming. I get sidetracked really easy. Really, really, really easy. Really, really easy. In fact, I started watching Better Call Saul, and I'm on season 4 because I got distracted a bunch. It's like, I've never seen this. It's like, damn it, I'm like season 4 now. Nothing has gotten done, damn it. I wasn't feeling well for whatever it's worth, so it's not like it's totally a waste, but... Yeah, there's a different water source there. Water 1. We'll remove water 2. Okay, so there's water 1 here. That's fine. Water 2 and 3. So I can still swim. Saying water 3. I think. Yeah, it's not removing it. It's not finding the item, so I'm just swimming forever. Good show, takes time for yourself? Yeah, I need to do that more. I'm bad about it. I really am. Maybe I'll be better at some point. I didn't keep a screenshot of that. But I know it's a big problem here is it wasn't, this number's not going down, it's not finding these. Did I forget? Oh, I didn't. That's what I forgot. I'm dumb. Get self. But yeah, I'll probably watch more of it later. So far I like Nacho's story probably better. Like it's like Nacho's story, then Mike's story, and then Cell's story is probably the worst one by far. Like it's like, can we get back to like one of the other two? Because like there's so much more going on with their stories. Whereas Cell's kind of just doing a lot of nonsensical garbage. It's just like, why would you do that? That's so dumb. He's like the dumbest character in the show, and it's like Mike's obviously like the most competent character ever. Probably too competent. Freaking Solid Snake over there. Actually, probably closer to oh, what's that Keanu Reeves character? John Wick. It's like closer to John Wick. What the hell? I count Nacho's story and Gus's story basically the same. I guess to be fair, Mike and Nacho are both dealing with Gus all the time. And Gus Fring was such a cool character. I still think the show's better than Breaking Bad because there's no crappy family in it, because that was like the worst part of Breaking Bad was his family. And that was like half the show, so half of Breaking Bad is awful. And the other half was real good. Yeah, I never removed them. It just seems to add them forever. Like it's not finding it. Interesting. I should have just copied the code from the other one there so I wouldn't have to dick around with it. Well, this code's it's not triggering. I usually find map variables are better because they have a unique, easily searchable thing. And they can't duplicate ever. Just by their very nature of how they work. Yeah, that's true. I'll just make it separate because I don't want to watch it change the variable and have to search through everything under the sun. Even though I'm literally just going to look for the actor and don't even think I care about the Boolean, but whatever. Maybe I do. I should probably just remove all the code from the other ones there and put all the code on here, but they also overlap for enemies too. But to be fair, the water's had a lot of problems so far and often it kills off enemies when it shouldn't. So, oops, gotta put this in here. See if that works better. I very rarely like arrays. I always find them to be like a pretty crappy thing. Sometimes they have value. The only time they actually have a lot of value is if you want to be able to rearrange them in blueprints, because for some reason they won't let you move around map variables, like just to reorder them. And if you want duplicate entries. That's about it. They're much worse to search. They were just... The duplicate issue can cause problems too. It was working pretty good because it let me swim, even though I bounced against that and it did like a weird thing that made it remove the water. Okay, well, the thing is fine, except for that the issue was the code afterwards, but it's now removing the stuff from the thing, so that's good. But right up here, 3F did not, and the Emperor Actually, it said 0 a bunch of times, and it didn't end the Emperor anytime it said 0. Interesting. Well, it has to be turning it on. Like, it is finding it, because if it isn't, then you wouldn't be able to jump all those times, because it's just literally jumping underwater. That might be wise to put the whole post-processing thing on here and just run this at the start, a perpetual check. Kind of like I did with the lights, where I just pushed all the code to Poppet. Rather than having all the other ones run it. Or true, sure. So it just flails all weird. It's just a jump, so. Yeah, it would shut off at one point, but then didn't shut off. And when I touched it again, it was fine, but it doesn't remove it. This method's never going to work because you can lightly tap the water. What if I just eliminate this other concept entirely? And I just place it on Poppet for now. Actually, I could leave that off there and instead just remove the Emperor check entirely. And just let those turn on the post process, I guess. Guess those both go the same thing afterwards, maybe. Well, I need to run this too, so too lazy to type. Sure, water 4F, trying to find. You're under true, sure. Creepy, sure. Perfect. I was just overcomplicating it. I still gotta add the splashback in, so this has to calculate a splash on hit, but I'm not gonna have it check for if the player is under those things, because it just seems stupid to do it that way. But you have to have the player destroy the stuff. Actually, I could just remove this. And just run the Emperor check anyway. I do want that, and then has that in there, and I'm not activating crap, so I don't care. Water materials got some problems. I don't know why it still finds map cubes. I deleted all those ages ago, and yet it still finds them. Seems to work just fine to me. Oh, you know what I should test? If it kills the player still. Should. I just mostly put the onus of figuring out if the player is underwater or not on the player or not on each of these things, so. In most cases, I find it easier to just put everything on the player. Still dies, perfect. I'm not using Tarot of the Emperor, am I? What's that liquid check? I might still use this for something else, but it's obviously unnecessary. It's in the hidden grotto. Why do you vanish? So how am I hitting this room? It's right here. Are you the problem? Oops. We'll call it the Bills or something. I don't know. Alright, Chad, I like this dude. Make an arcane game? What does one define an arcane game? What is this? Like Magic? Like the TV show? Like... what are we talking about? I have so many questions. So many. As I try to make this work. Ah, lower the water for no reason. Yay! Oh, those grates aren't showing up, but Why didn't those show up? Interesting. I have questions. I can finally swim up the pipe. Not much of a swim animation, but you know, at least now it doesn't glitch out on me. You just scale in the wall there. Boing, boing. Tempted to raise the water a bit, so this is entirely underwater, so I don't have to deal with the issue of this problem here. Like up to that level. Also, that water is weird from the side. So now you can safely get through here pretty easy. The water's still a little wonky, but yeah, I might want to move the post-process to there and just keep the splash. Or I can keep the kill code there if I want to. Because otherwise you end up with this problem where occasionally you tap your toe on it and then it's like a problem, and then you tap your toe on it again and it's fine, and that kind of sucks. But at least the water portion works now. I mean, it's not good in that it's got glitchy issues, but at least now you can successfully get to the boss room. There's no reason this shouldn't work. That's interesting. I mean, I'm literally inside the hidden grotto, right? Yeah, maybe I'll stream just like 14 minutes or something like that. Probably doing 6 hours, but my arm's starting to fall asleep on me. Sitting is not my friend. At least not. So I'm in the hidden grotto. Down here I still count as being in the hidden grotto, right? So then why? It's just a shadow, right? That didn't fall on the ground. Yeah, it's just a shadow. Obviously I think the waters to meet up pretty well. The waters don't, I mean, they're just squares, or rectangles, I should say, so I have to be careful where they're placed so that they actually mesh together. What is going on, lady? She's like, I don't know what's going on there. Oh, the water for no reason. Yay! That makes no sense why you were not here. It's been here every other time. It says it's in the data layer. I know why this bottom one didn't load. I know exactly why this didn't load. You're called engine pool room, sure. Sure, there's a better name for it. I don't know what it is yet, but I'm sure there's a better name for it. Might as well get this out of the way. A lot of rooms in this game. No music picked out for these yet. That's fine. My hand was not being numb. It's very annoying. My hand was not being numb. It's very annoying. Sort of noises in the background. Ain't no one like that. No one likes that. I get the stretch in. Doesn't make any sense why this wouldn't load. I'm also blocking chat. I'll do that. Like, there's just no reason. Why would this destroy itself, I guess, is the other question. It doesn't seem like it would, but I'm gonna move it to the side just in case it's somehow falling and breaking. I don't know if that's really... Like, it shouldn't fall from breaking, or shouldn't break from falling, because what causes it to break is impacting one of the weapons, not gravity. At least that's how it's supposed to be. No, it's just gone. Put it in nothing. Actually, unload everything. This will decide if a data layer is a problem or not. It's not in a data layer. So if it's not in a data layer, then it can't be a data layer. It's a problem, right? So if somehow it's vanishing anyway, then that's it. If it does vanish, or if it doesn't vanish, then it was a data layer. Right? Why are you vanishing and not... Wait a second. I think it's part of the permanence thing. I'm gonna double check the other ones that already exist and see if they've... I normally just copy and paste them over and over, but maybe I didn't include the right thing on them, so they don't stay the thing, they don't do the thing. I don't know. You're perfect. Still on the same one. I'm gonna grab this one and just move it with over there and see what happens. Let's remove it from a data layer. No, the other one's in the wrong data layer anyway. That's interesting to note. No, it's not. That's weird. Whatever. Anyway. I'm just gonna leave that one there and see if it vanishes too. Is it no other data layers, right? Not is it? It is not. Yeah. Should probably cap my streams at like 4 hours or something like that. My arms are just really unhappy from sitting all the time. They're all vanishing. Really? What happened to you that caused you to vanish? Yeah, they all vanish. Do the other ones vanish too? The regular grades? Let's test, shall we? Yeah, sitting here all this time is not doing me good. I think after this test, I'm gonna head off. Much as I would continue to stream forever, my body does not like streaming apparently very much, and that it tends to have issues. How do these compare? They're identical. Probably a tomorrow thing to work on. Much as I enjoy doing this. Yeah, something's going wrong with them. It's weird. Alright. Well, I'll figure that out tomorrow or something. I should be back then. So, thanks for watching. If you liked what you saw, the game's called Poppet Quest. Wishlist it, or join the Discord or something, or don't. You know, thanks for watching either way. And like I say, I'll probably be back tomorrow, probably around a similar time. You know, just kind of play it by ear. But yeah, so I will catch everyone later. And there's not enough people on Twitch that I want to raid out, so I'm just gonna wave goodbye and see everyone.